Hello, one and all. Welcome back to another Thursday night here at IR Addict Games, and I don't want to, I don't want to go out on a limb here again, but tonight might be the night that we finish.
Well, it may not. It may take till tomorrow, but this is the last of the streams. I think we've. That was the assertion.
Yeah, that's the assertion.
Maybe I've. Yeah. Well, who knows? You know, the internet could just collapse immediately. Anything is possible.
Yeah. But yeah, we've been trucking through the end of the house in Fata Morgana here. I won't do a recap of everything because it would take way too long, but we're at the end game. We're trying to save
big time spoilers beyond this point, I suppose, for all of it,
all
the
of
whole
it.
thing.
Everything's coming together. We've learned we're trying to potentially convince Morgana that...
What are we on? Is this key 2 or key 3 that we're trying to secure to get her freedom? With the ultimate aim of convincing her that it's worth letting go of.
Yeah,
more or less.
we ended right before we got key 2, and then all that's left is key 3. The Lord
turned, swordsman, but
yeah,
I wasn't sure on like where we were at with the physical key itself. But now we're on to the Lord's tale.
Lord, get the Lord out of the way, and next thing all we got to do is go unlock the door and let Morgana free. So
this could be a long stream.
let's fucking do it.
We got 2 characters. I just like put that together. It's like, oh boy, fingers crossed that that we can knock this out. Not that I'm just, this is supposed to be the last one.
Yeah.
17.
I'm pretty even if I don't think this is enough for another stream. I really don't.
That's what I was the other side of it is like I just, we got probably a stream plus.
Yeah, stream plus.
We got this.
We got this. All right, here we go. Never knew someone who could lose so much weight while still eating every day. Might have to increase your portion. If there is anything in particular you want, just tell me. I hear children's voices. From outside, I hear children's voices. The kids are here to see the scientist. It has gotten quite noisy out of late, yes. Oh. The saint. Your voice, has gotten raspy too. That's my doing.
Well, you didn't help.
I take your voice. That is unfortunate. To me, your voice had far more value than your blood. I took that away from you. So we did.
Enough chat at dog.
Lord's scheme. Oh, this is Orphan's. The Lord's scheme was a success.
Right.
The witch's blood brought with it an influx of donations. The Lord invested in various businesses. I have no idea if the blood actually had miraculous power, but there were certainly people who claiming it have been healed by it. It was not long before people who weren't sick started taking supposed raw medication, saying it had preventative properties as well. As word of the elixir spread, the Lord's profit grew in kind. One fact was undeniable. The witch's blood stimulated the city's dramatic growth. Oh, we really were at the end of his tale.
Oh, yeah. It was very close. We were like about to run it out. That's funny.
And that is everything. Falling, not?
Yeah.
If you hate me for what I did to her, you can take this sword and kill me with it. And with it you have... And you can have my... I will not put up. You
So it
have
seems
the
unnecessary.
right. You have the right to exact punishment.
No, she does.
Accomplish nothing.
Morgana does. You fool.
Yeah. And plus, it is neither my
There you go.
place to forgive nor punish.
Shell gets it.
As much as it would make me feel better, doing so would serve no meaningful purpose. I'd like you to give me a little.
And the key.
Yeah. I need time to cool down enough that I can talk to you with my head. Of course. All right.
Leave.
So, you are still willing to speak with me?
Not currently.
Heard. I told you I would help figure out what. For an honorable man, I will not force your hand if you do not want to. You can tell me to leave, and I will walk right out the door. Then I'm simply deeply pained. Maybe things would have turned out better if I were as pathetic a man as you. You are supposed to be happy or I can't, though, which must make. When you first met Ghana, you felt a desire to rescue her from the slave trade. Thought of someone other than yourself.
Insofar as they benefited him.
Never saw that through, though. My thirst far overpowered anything I might have wanted to do for her. Then we met. I sold her to the Lord. As I said before, there is no room for interpretation of the things I have done. Whatever I might have wanted to do at one point, so meaningless now. Regardless, thing I do for someone else is ultimately for my own benefit. Yeah, he knows exactly what he is.
Yeah, he's not hiding it.
He's not hiding it.
But that's his, like, yeah, it's part of his issue. Is the cycle of
he's
shame.
Dexter. He's Dexter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, he's less Dexter and more
a little. Dexter had a moral
guy.
code. Yeah.
But Dexter's not a good guy, I guess. But like, yeah, I don't know.
Because it is,
anti-hero.
Yeah, is what I need. No matter how selfish your motivations may be, please let me believe some part of you does genuinely believe that you.
The life of Pi.
All right. I know I'll sound like a hypocrite for saying this, but sitting back and waiting for her to die is not what I cut off her arm. I didn't feel any of the thrill or you usually do when I take my sword to someone.
That's like almost remorse.
I can't say whether that means I have a, but if for but a moment, or if but for a moment, or I just wasn't myself at the time. I can save her though. Ooh, I cannot. If I try, I'll only make things worse.
That's the like, yeah.
Do everything on my own either. Give me your word that you will atone the Morgana for your actions. Well, I doubt making reparations will clear me of my crimes. If that is what you want me to do, then that is what I will do. It's not that I want you to do it, it's that you should want to do it.
That's that. I don't think we're gonna get that.
No, we're not.
Compliance with what he thinks is the right thing to do. If that's the best you can do, then you know what would Mr. Rogers do, and just do your best. And own it when you fuck up.
Tell me more. I want to know what kind of man I am. I want to know every mistake I make, all the details. I warn you, it's a tale far more barbaric than anything you imagine. Really? I mean, I don't think it is.
Yeah. Seems like it's pretty much on point.
I do. I have little doubt that I will believe it. If you're worried I might react the way I did earlier, I'll lay down my sword. You can tie me up too if you want.
Mostly just the sword's fine.
That won't be. I'm going to try. I'll tell you the whole hopelessly tragic
the right play.
Everything I saw. Please do. I did. And so I told him the tale I witnessed beyond the second door. Memory and a wreck. That he was treated like a beast by the people of the land where he was. That he massacred countless people. That he took the life of his lover who had come to search of him, never wavering in her belief that he. I told him about the white-haired girl. I told him about the things he made Giselle do. Didn't hide. As I spoke, he would occasionally grimace or his eyes would go wide for him. But not once did he interrupt. He sat there in silence. That was far worse. Is the truth, though. You become the target of Morgana's loathing. You are led back to this. That is what. As difficult as it may be to comprehend, that person is you. The man who does all those things hundreds of years from now is you.
It was him. Or it would have been. Time travel's weird.
Yeah. I am a beast. A horrendously scariest creature. As I interpret it, when you lost your memory, you also lost everything you used to suppress your nature. You lost the foundation you had built, and as a result. Does that mean that what I am now is, relatively speaking, human? No, I am different. I am no different now. I have no more control over myself when I am killing people than the man you just. You have seen.
It does seem like you kill people maybe a little less often.
Yeah.
Potentially. You're able to not do that quite. That doesn't, I mean, but we're already talking about murderers, so I don't know.
You have seen me do reprehensible things. In spite of that, you were never condescending or insulting. Never acted disgusted or afraid of me. I mean, I think I kind of did a couple times.
There's some disgusted in there at least, right?
All angels as compassionate as you?
No.
No, you're right. No. And also, I am not an angel. I was simply biting my tongue. Are you afraid of me then? No, I'm not afraid of you. What are you then? I do not understand.
Disappointed.
I am of the belief that now is not the appropriate time for me to allow my personal feelings to influence my actions.
Wild levels of self-control.
Yeah. My task is to save Morgana. I'm to be honest with you for a moment. I despise the man you are. But I'm also equally frustrated at myself. You're right. Things you did were inexcusable. You murdered innocent, killed the woman who came searching for you. But on a personal level, what most is that you put blood on the hands of the woman I love. I know very well that to you it's something you haven't done yet, but it was still your soul. It tears me apart inside that I couldn't return in time to stop it.
But you have. We're doing that. That's what this is.
Yeah. Be hard pressed to find anyone who wouldn't be angry to know someone they cared about had received that kind of. I suppose. If that is how you feel, though, aren't you interested in taking revenge on me? I mentioned before, there are times when allowing your emotions to take the reins is the wrong course of action. This is one of those times. Seeking vengeance is the wrong thing for me to do right now. Right now.
Mm-hmm.
If I can eliminate Morgana's hatred, 3 of your souls will be set free as well. So you're going.
It's like a byproduct, man. I'm not happy about it.
Yes, I am. I don't consider myself worthy of it, especially not after hearing about the things I will do. I am a beast through and through. A twisted, psychopathic monster. You're conflicted, though. Struggled against the creature that dwelled inside you. It's true that you found perverted joy, but you also felt kindness, which is a part of you to seek peace. And the same can be said of you in this time as well.
Yeah, like Ted Bundy.
I mean, yeah. If you actually were nothing but a beast, or rather nothing but a man that derived pleasure in killing, maybe then could have truly reviled you. Then you would be irredeemable, no matter what had turned you into. No matter how much pain, suffering had driven you to that point.
Isn't that worse? That he's not, that he's like a person who's capable of some degree of, I don't know.
He's gonna explain it here, I think. But your instability, your constantly shifting desires, your mental frailty, all appear to me as very human traits. Tell me, how should I live my life? What is it that you want most? The easiest road for me would be to walk the one I walk now, to kill her. No fighting my desires, no resistance. That be my salvation, bend in my. I don't know what I'm supposed. I am at a complete loss about it. I would like to believe that your desire to live in peace is here. That
seemed like it.
That's what I want for you too. It will be the more trying path, yes, because you will have to fight against your nature to stay on it. But we live in a human world, and you also have Pauline, who same thing, sending her hand to you, fighting you to join her. That's a. I understand where you come from, Michelle, but like, yeah, you have a woman who knows you're a murderer and knows your murderous intention, and you should definitely go be with her.
If she wants to be with him still, then yeah, I mean, go for it. I don't think that you should pin your like hopes for personal salvation on somebody else. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's not a good.
No, it's not
relationship dynamic in my opinion, I guess.
Encourage you to suppress urges.
But that's the end goal.
Yeah. Your life
don't do the murder.
Your life will not be easy for it, but I implore you to take the rocky road for your own sake and for hers. Even if it means my life is built on a foundation of life.
Especially.
For today, I believed it was wrong not to be true to myself. But as I listened to you tell your story, I realized that maybe there are exceptions. Some things you can and probably should keep locked inside you, where they can't hurt anyone else. However, I also think you have a tendency to try to act too perfect around her, both in this life and the next. There's also
because you're a liar.
Yeah,
you coward.
I think that line of there is to set up a through line between all three men. Like Mel was trying to be the perfect prince. This guy's trying.
Yeah, it's this trying to live into fit into
realities,
an image that you don't like naturally fit into, like fulfilling a role that isn't made for you, or something like that.
Cover up so much of yourself, you become an entirely different person. You can be your conflicted, imperfect self around the man you are right now. Lost and trying to find his way. Just cut back on the murdering. I have little doubt she will accept that man. What you need most.
I just don't like that Pauline isn't held responsible for her future self in the same way that he's being held responsible for his future actions. That bugs me. Because like she was as bad or worse than him to Michelle. And I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you need most is restraint. See. So tell me.
5-point harness.
Do you think my future can be changed? Certain speculate. But as you share the same soul, I expect any changes you make now will be reflected in your future. Have my work cut out for me. Aline believed in me. Put her face east and went out in search of him. I cannot allow
Which is her critical flaw, actually.
Yeah. I cannot allow myself to be the kind of monster that would murder a woman like her. I have to change. I will change the future. Do it. My life here has comes to an end. I vow to. Thank you for listening to me and for giving me. Can't say I'm particularly knowing that my words are going to influence the direction of another's life is an unimaginable amount of pressure. I don't know. I'll pull it off well enough. If you ever decide to quit being an angel, you'll make a damn convincing missionary. I have no interest in being a missionary, and I've already told you I am not an angel. That's too bad. I'd join nature. That's scary. Don't look at me like that. I'm just kidding. Now, can I get angry at you?
I think so.
As I've been telling you, I'm an ordinary man. I'm not special in any way. I think I am. You are not ordinary. You are different, but not in the same way that I am. I wouldn't ask any normal man to show me how to see. So, what passes for normal differs from person to person.
I was real cool with murder.
Just as I don't think you're normal, I'm sure there are people out there who do. Perhaps. Or maybe they're just able to see my desire to be normal. Well, that's everything I have to tell you. I'm going to want to talk to the Lord next, I assume. Right? I'm going to convince him to hand over his key. And I'm going to set Morgana free. Doubt you'll have much luck convincing him of anything, but I will help you in any way that I can. Appreciate it. I will get him to come to supper tonight. You will be there too. Okay, yeah, I'll be there. If I could ask you for one favor, though, could you try to arrange that for as late as possible? Be doable? But why? Someone else I need to speak with. No. All right. I'll do what I can. Thank you. See you this evening. Correct path? Will he actually find redemption at the end of it? No, I made the right decision. Even if he doesn't in this life, that's enough of a chance that he will in the next. One left. That's it. Almost there. Almost made it to Morgana. Come this far. And all that's left to do is to speak with the Lord. Focus machine. Pieces I have still don't fit together yet. As Morgana told it, the Lord was a cruel man from the moment she first saw him. He wasn't much different in the swordsman events either. Are those portrayals the full picture of what kind of man? Will adding his perspective do anything but amplify Morgana's hate? And if he really is exactly the man he's been made out to be, then how do you explain his internal struggles from the third door? Did his core personality change with the times? Everyone else I've met have been fundamentally the same, though. You the exception. Jacopo?
He still sucked.
He did really
He
suck.
sucked the whole time.
Morgana. I mean, he was absolutely a shitty human being and a shitty man, but also there was pressure. There was familial pressure on him from his father, and like he had difficulty expressing his love to his wife.
Yeah, but he imprisoned her.
He definitely
Like,
imprisoned her.
he's
Yeah, no,
doing the same thing he's doing now.
yeah.
Like, I don't. Yeah, it's like at the end of the day, uh, he, he still sucks.
He still sucked. Yeah. Morgana found joy in her life during her 3 years at the brothel. She wept about not being given the opportunity to thank them. So maybe Maria's more likely to be able to assuage Morgana's animosity. I'll have to hear what she has to say. That's right. We have to meet. We're meeting with Maria.
That was the other meeting, I think.
My right arm. Oh, also, I am horrendously fucked up from the swordsman earlier.
Yeah.
And my fingers are broken.
Right.
No, my fingers. Oh, it burns. I've managed this long, but damned if it doesn't hurt. Ah. Oh, topsy-turvy. Miss you, hand. Whoa, where are we at? I know that voice. Woman. Draped in a black fog. Can't make out detail. But into the darkness, I know it immediately. His mother?
Okay. Or in somebody else's memory, I think. No, maybe not. Yeah.
Oh, it's Morgana's mother. I bet.
Or Jacopo.
She's not my mother. Is you even ask such a question, mother? You want to be mother?
We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. Oh, I'm getting me back in, like I'm hearing myself.
Oh, shit!
From you.
A little closer to him. You good?
It wasn't like super bad. It was only every like on. But anyway, it's not wrong to expect a little remuneration for our services. Yeah, Morgana probably.
Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for. It is definitely Morgana, but I think he is like in her perspective. That's why I'm using his voice.
Sure.
God the Father does not charge for his miracles, so why should we when I am only borrowing his power?
Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. If not for the miracle itself, you'd still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain.
Turn for me, Mother. I appreciate it much, but I am happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my Heavenly Father's power.
A power you won't have much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed.
Ain't Arna.
Yes, you're my sweet little saint.
No matter how difficult it may get, he will always provide me with a way to continue doing his work. You're the mother of that saint, aren't
you? Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man.
You must respect his will as well, Mother. It must be our highest priority.
Right. I was wrong, my dear saint.
Mother, you agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother. Mother looks over as strange men shove me into No, it still sounds like it's him.
So the narration, I think, might be
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
him.
Mother looks over as strange men.
Maybe? I
Yeah,
don't know.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mother looks over as strange men shove me into. The look in her eyes sends a chill down my. I see her lips move. She doesn't actually say the words out loud, but I can make out every individual syllable.
Because you're worthless to me. Well, if you're reading lips, I don't know. But welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now. And if you cooperate, I can guarantee you'll live more than comfortably.
Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit.
What?
Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They're a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven. Using his power for personal gratification is a grave sin. I will do no such thing. I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desires and dedicate yourself to helping the people. The power you have has been given. The power you've been given was bestowed upon you by the hand of God. It is not your power. He is merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you conduct yourself.
You're an ignorant, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion.
It is not my opinion. That is the way of the world as God.
Silence. You're not here to talk. You're here to perform miracles for me and my guests.
As I've already told you, I would do no such thing.
What you will or will not do is my decision, not yours.
Lord says with a sickening laugh and grabs me by the hair and knocks me. I beg him to stop, but he isn't listening to a word I say.
Yes, a saint's blood and good fortune to all.
Vaguely out at the gathered Lord's blood feast. Every time he has guests, he throws another party, and every time he slices legs open, it isn't long before they're an unsightly web of crisscrossing scars.
Ugh.
Lord sometimes has trouble deciding where to cut, but not out of any sense of sympathy for me. He simply thinks drawing blood from an body will. Lord strips me bare.
Perhaps I'll use your stomach today, Saint. I should be able to get some nice pure blood from there.
Stop this. Can you not comprehend that what you're doing is an affront to the Lord?
I'm free to do what I wish with my property. Saint or not, you are no different than any of my slaves.
The Lord is displeased with your action.
Then use your miracle powers and deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. You can do that, can't you?
Soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you will pay for your sins one.
You're not as threatening as you think when you're buck naked, girl. Don't give me that look, girl. I have no interest in taking that from you. You'd be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgusting scars.
All I can do is wait and endure the day after day of torture and the Lord searching for new places to. My entire body, except for my face, is covered in reddish blood. Someone, anyone, help me. Get me out of here. Someone. Father who art in heaven, I pray for you to lead me unto deliverance. Father, your trials, much too great. That was much clearer than the first time. Everything she felt, her struggling, her sincerity, her pain, voice, felt almost as though I was the one going through it all. I understand why Morgana would bear such a grudge against him, considering everything he did to her. Why would he do that, though? Is there some reason? Some explanation for it? I'm thoroughly exhausted, like I've just spent the last several months having my limbs feel like they have boulders tied to them. Then I remembered and realized that my fingers are fucked up. My feet makes me dizzy. Probably waiting for me to do this. Move, damn it! Fighting against my body's attempt to succumb to gravity with every step to will. I make my way to the courtyard.
Oh, there you are. Thank God you came. Little G God there.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Oh, what happened? I accidentally hit the space bar for a second.
Sneaking onto the church grounds is a bit unnerving, so are you alright? You look like you just came back from the dead.
Fine. Thank you for coming. Now, to continue our conversation from yesterday.
Well, slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look about as fine as a fucking corpse. If you're not feeling well, we can always do this another time. And whoa, what happened to your hand?
It's a minor injury. No, it's a minor injury. All my fingers are fucking broken. Nothing of any significance.
And you're delusional. Good. Yeah. Great. Seriously, who do you think you're convincing, man? It's like all of them. Your whole hand.
I can get around just fine without a few fingers.
You gotta take yourself into consideration, too. You can only run on raw determination for so long. And imagine how it makes me feel for a second.
Think about my feelings.
Yeah, no, but seriously, this is very gross and icky. You asking to talk and showing up looking like that. If you want to get anything done, you gotta take care of yourself first. Head on back to your room and rest.
No time, Maria.
Let's do this some other day, okay? When you're feeling...
I don't have that kind of time. I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow, that's my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then. I know damn well what condition I'm in, but that doesn't change what I need to do. If I don't, I can't save Morgana. I can't get Giselle back. He's like, who the fuck is Giselle?
That makes it all the more important you get your rest.
And when do you suggest I do that exactly?
Now, she's been very straightforward with that. Honestly, I don't get why you're in such a damn tizzy. Get a hold of yourself, man.
I am plenty calm.
You sure don't look it. You're already pushing yourself to the edge.
6 feet from the edge.
And you're about to break. I don't want to be responsible for giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me and get your ass back and get some rest.
You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how great an effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I have to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainly got even worse fates in store for all of you, as long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one here who knows what awaits.
That makes you, what, a prophet or something, then?
Not exactly, no. But in the terms of this time period, yeah, I guess it's technically right.
Like, look, I'm time traveler, but yeah, you know what? Profit's easier.
That would be the most apt description. Do you not believe me?
Well, you know, that is asking a lot.
Fine, you don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do something. I believe that you believe it.
You're here with your arm off.
That I think I don't have the time to waste. All I need you to do is tell me what you know. You at least do that for me.
Assuming you actually are a prophet or whatever. Why don't you just, you know, get the hell out of town? Say, fuck it, this is too much. Vanish into the night. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Hell, is anyone gonna notice if you did anything? Notice you did anything if you succeed?
Not in intention of praise. I cannot sit idly by knowing no.
I've also told all of the major players that I'm trying to save them.
Right.
A perpetual torment.
Seeing what has happened and what will, knowing what Morgana went through and what she felt. I cannot abandon her, not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true that the mansion will continue to be wrapped in darkness so long as Morgana's curse remains in effect, and nothing can be put to rest until I do something about that. It's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. Oh, is this what you meant when you told me you want her?
You seem like the kind of fella who's always fretting about something or other. You don't know how to take it easy, do you? So I guess that, in a way, that's kind of why you can fight so hard, huh? Alright, you win. I'll talk. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you.
Thank you very much.
But you sit your butt down first.
Okay.
Said that.
Did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life.
Huh. Who'd have thought? Damn, that's kind of really great to hear.
Did she never tell you herself how she felt?
Never really made much of an attempt to be part of the group. It was like she had these colossal walls all around her. Yeah, so I always kind of felt like I never knew if I was sticking my nose in too far or not, you know?
Appreciated what other women did for her. After the raid 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. As she was being transported, she said this with tears in her eyes. Sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very.
Absolutely 100% exactly what she said. You're not just pulling it out your ass, are you?
Those were her exact words, yes, as hard as that may be to believe.
As remembered by Swordsman. No, I believe you. I'm just surprised is all. I mean, just, wow, yeah. If I'd have known that was how she felt, maybe I could have been a little friendlier with her.
With her?
Especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit of a distance from her. Not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looked like she wanted. Some distance. None of us were really cut out for the caretaker gig. As much as we'd love to be some kind of mother figure for her, we just didn't have it in us.
Who was closest to her?
He's dead.
Slave?
Huh? What's this about a slave?
There was a young man, a slave, who participated in the hold at the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life.
Oh, sorry. Ah, yeah, that's the guy. He was the closest of any of us to her, or at least he gave her the most attention. 6 feet under. Do. People come and go. That's just the way of things.
I thought that maybe, if he was still alive, that would improve our chances of saving Morgana.
But he's not. So that improve our chances, there's only one way about it. We smash the Lord's fucking skull in and take his key.
That's not an option.
False.
Doing that will not alleviate her hatred.
Okay, that's true. But the first part's not true. It is an option, it's just a bad one.
Yeah. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go into the observation tower?
Me? Why?
I want you to be there to say something to her.
Say whatever you want me to say to her once you've gotten her out of the tower.
Don't you think being able to hear her voice of someone she cares for, when she's finally set free, would do more to pull her out of the darkness than anything else?
The more reason it can't be me.
Why not?
Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. Yeah, that's normal medieval discussion of friendship. I kept my distance. Can't do anything, Matt. Not with the reasons you've given me for why she's so full of hatred.
Options, though.
No, actually, while I doubt this'll do much in the way of getting rid of a grudge, there is something I was supposed to give her but never got the chance.
Oh?
It's nothing special, just a rinky-dink little necklace, but if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her?
Anyone. That should come from you.
It's not from me. It was supposed to be from the slave. He got it for her as a birthday present, but that was the day the brothel got raided. So yeah, that's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you?
Okay, will.
Thanks, man. Well, now that's out of the way, I should split. Best of...
Oh,
There you are.
Is it?
Go out on a limb.
Oh.
Nope.
You weren't in your room. I was worried sick. What are you two doing here?
You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? So...
There's a chance you might be able to set the Saints free. No way am I going to miss that.
Oh, you're here?
That, and to say goodbye. I want for them to make reparations as soon as the girl's released.
Same way, Nellie?
If Mel tells me he wants to, then I won't stop him. But he was threatened, so if it's possible, I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Because there are other ways he can atone.
That's reasonable. I mean, it's not, but I do feel guilty about what he was put through. Gotta take responsibility.
Not your fault for what he did. Anyway, I'm really anxious about tonight, but I'm sure it'll all turn out fine. Make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle?
Yes.
Come on, you gotta act confident. Take care of my Mel for me, too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. Like a big old box of china.
I don't think
That
they would have
fragile.
called it China yet. As for me, if it looks like he's gonna be doing anything he shouldn't, would you stop him for me? I wish I could be there to do it myself, but well, he insists on only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that.
I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyway.
You say that, but that's good. Thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt any more than they have already. Some people deserve it. I say let them have it. Now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, little Miss Perfect. Go around letting everyone off the hook for everything, and the whole damn world's gonna come falling down right around you. He did what he did for me, though. And the Lord? He was only in it for his own profit. Much as he says it benefits the city, it still comes back around to his own pockets. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes, I know.
Come on, can we please try to keep things civil?
Sorry, bad habit, I know.
Pun intended.
Bum. I talk a lot of rock, but I don't really mean half of it. The other half I'm dead ass serious. I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though. The Fable 3 argument.
Hold on a sec. What did you just say?
He's better than the old.
When did the current Lord take his place?
4 years ago.
What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's Manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's Manor at any time 7 years ago?
Oh, sorry. No, I was never hired by anyone there.
Then when... Didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years. Ah, that makes sense. Why did I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead?
Bum.
Don't.
You better have a damned good reason for this.
Okay, good call.
Nice. I came because you said you had something important to discuss. Now, care to tell me who the hell this white-haired man is and what he's doing here? You neglected to mention we'd be having company.
I'm the one who asked him to arrange this meeting with you.
And who the hell would you be?
He is an angel.
Or a prophet? What? Did you both finally snap under the pressure?
I'll leave it for you to decide what you think. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you've got a girl imprisoned in the observation tower, and I know you're taking her blood and calling it medicine, passing it out at the church.
Which one of you squealed? No one told him anything. He just knew.
He knows everything, including my deepest desires and what happens in my next life. He is probably peering into your soul this very moment.
You did a number on him.
Yeah.
You've completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is this. What are you hoping to gain from it? Wealth? My downfall? What?
Morgana's freedom. I want you to give me your key, and then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the... from the future, from the world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she's placed a curse of eternal suffering on all your souls.
Everyone at this damn table gone mad? Did you seriously think I would believe that nonsense?
Don't interrupt me. My objective is not so much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from an eternity of loathing. I can't achieve that on my own, however, because I am not from this time. I have no direct interaction with her or anyone else here until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time, and I suspect that you hold the last piece of this puzzle, the biggest piece, that you have a far deeper connection with Morgana than anyone else here. No, I'm all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial to accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How you ended up capturing and imprisoning Morgana, what you thought and felt along the way. Your truth will get through to her, I know it. That will be the turning point in all of this. Her curse will be no more, and you will all be returned to the path you were meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation.
Someone throw this madman out.
I won't do it.
Neither will I. Damned worthless curs. Call the gods then. Who do you think I am exactly? I am the lord of this land. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd never so much as deigned to speak with you, lowly peasant. Now, get out of my sight. Or I'll take it as an act of aggression and you'll find yourself without a head.
In this room, right now, you are not a lord. You are a lone man.
Until you hand over your key, we're not letting you leave. And you'll find there aren't any guards for you to call. You're all alone on this estate.
Your preoccupation with staying out of sight played right into our... Accept your defeat, Lord. We've already agreed to set the witch free.
Cowardly worms. Ironic, coming from you. I didn't think you'd turn coats quite so eagerly. That the nun and your kid sister are in on it too, I take it?
We were only working for... Never felt any sort of allegiance to you.
Loyalty founded on what one has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain, fluctuating feelings. But it would appear this white-haired man shattered that foundation. How long have you been colluding with them, Kerr? This is day 3.
I arrived in this era 2 days ago.
Fuck. What? 2 days? In just 2 days, you got these worms dancing for you?
They are not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them, and they listened.
Tomato, potato. You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly have won these two over in a mere 2 days.
He is no ordinary man. As we have said, he knows everything. While I was talking to him, it felt like he was looking directly into my soul.
He's definitely an unusual one. Yeah. It felt like he's known me my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first. But he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish, something I never told anyone before. Platform shoes with goldfish, you know. I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but I know why I've never seen you around. If you'd been lurking in the city, around the city for longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong, I would have taken notice sooner or later. Ha! I'm impressed. In only 2 days, you've managed to convince them both to betray me and to set me up. I am indeed the one in charge of this operation, so if it's the wish you're after, I am the obvious target, yeah. And the 2 dogs there surely have some pent-up rage. So I take it you're gonna tie me up and then torture me till I tell you what you want to know?
That is not a bad idea. What do you say? Give me a word.
No.
And he's in the ropes.
No. Wait. We agreed we weren't getting rough. Mel, you're ruining our leverage. You don't say that in front of the mark.
I have no
Come
interest in solving this problem with violence. We are here to uncover the truth. We needn't exchange blows, only words.
Anyway, if we were gonna beat it out of him, we would have done it as soon as he walked through the door. We discussed this beforehand. We're only talking. No one's getting into any fights. Physically or verbally. Well,
Right.
verbally, we're gonna get into a fight. That's happening. Well, it looks like I've got no way out, so you've got me. I surrender. Take my key. Go open the tower doors. That was easier than expected.
Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I seek. Why did you make it so the lock required 3 keys? One person is more than adequate for the job, so why split it 3 ways?
Because then he's not individually responsible for it. He can decentralize the guild. Is that any of your concern, Ka?
Was it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, did you? Something somewhere went wrong. You backed yourself in the corner and couldn't escape.
Done listening to you.
Am I right or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say, Jacopo?
Jacopo, but isn't his name Jean-Francois Barnier? That's Lord Barnier to you? You insolent child. You seem to be a bit confused. I'm the son of House Barnier, which means I'm royalty.
No, you are not. I don't know how you came to start calling yourself Barnier, but there's not a drop of royal blood flowing through your... Slave revolt at the Lord's Manor 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolt, you helped Morgana escape. That's right, you saved her life once. That was you. You were the slave from 7 years ago. Slave?
Are you out of your goddamn mind? Me? A slave? Like how a former slave could become royalty.
You did it, though. You went from slave to lord.
It's like a Knight's Tale. Enough. I don't know who's filling that white-haired head of yours with this drivel, but I'm done listening to it. Say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name. I dare you.
You had told me the slave from back then was dead. Didn't mean it literally, though. You meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore.
Yeah. You've been talking to her, too? Well, yeah, she's got to have the whole, vendetta against me. So that's key.
Because she was afraid if Morgana found out, it would only serve to throw her deeper into despair. The man who'd once saved her is now responsible for keeping her imprisoned.
Do your ears not work, Kerr? I said, I've had enough.
It is now, putting it all together, an eerily parallel to the third door story. Need your perspective. There's more to the story, I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you acted for your own benefit, only to cause her pain.
You want the key so damn badly, take it. Set the witch free. I don't give a damn. But if you say another word, I'll rip your fucking tongue out.
Again, the key is not what I need right now. I need your story.
Are you deaf? Or just an imbecile?
Your perspective is crucial to saving Morgana's soul.
Enough.
When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord.
Silence.
And you spent the next 3 years with her.
Just one more fucking word, I swear to God.
So how exactly did you end up here? How did the boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions, no. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point.
Enough. Michelle.
The next thing I see is a dagger in his hand pointed at me. I reflexively try to push myself out of the path of his charge with my dominant hand, which sends a jolt of excruciating pain up my right arm.
Usually you want to move with your legs, if you can. I'll rip your fucking head off.
The Lord swings his arm up, and the necklace spills from my pocket, making a metallic clink as it hits the floor. When he sees it, his eyes go wide for a brief moment. Of course, I'm just as slack-jawed as him.
What the hell is going on?
Why? How? Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness? There's no one to answer my question, though, and no time to think about it either. I have to make a decision.
Uh-oh.
Right here, right now. The last decision. Could be wrong. The Lord, dagger raised, is quickly approaching. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. I reach into the darkness. I reach my hand into the darkness spreading from the necklace. And as soon as I do...
What the hell is this? What's that black stuff?
The blackness swells.
Ooh. No, stop. What is this? Don't make me watch that.
His shouts fade into the distance. My mind and body are swallowed up entirely. It's the same thing that happened whenever Giselle and I opened the door. Same darkness I've gazed into again and again and again and again. That cursed mansion, the house that exists outside reality, far, far off into the distance, a gentle light like a hole ripped out of darkness. Green grass and colorful flowers rustling in the wind. I don't understand. Darkness was never present in the past. It was, I thought, a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. What is it doing here? But even my questions are, in short order, swallowed up by the void. Soon, my body ceases to retain its form, leaving only my consciousness to view the sights, sounds, and emotions of the past. I become an observer, as I have many times before. Heart of Jacopo. This is you, I believe.
I'm staring into a pair of ruby red eyes, open wide with shock. I recall snapping at him, insulting him, but I don't remember what I said. Nor do I remember how he responded. All I know is that a wave of churning blackness appeared out of nowhere, washing me away. I'm powerless, helpless, hopeless. A young mind sucked into it like a whirlpool. Young? My young mind? Oh, for Christ's sake. You've got to be kidding me. Why? For the love of God, why am I being made to look at back at this part of my life? The miserable, stupid fucking romantic I once was. Why am I turning back into the boy I tried so hard to forget? Where did this absurd black smoke come from? And why can't I get out of it? If it's that white-haired man who's doing this to me, then he's not an angel or a prophet. He's the goddamn devil himself.
I have to say, Jacopo's written really well.
Yeah. He's sharp.
Yeah.
But all my questions, my confusion, my frustration, everything that composes my present is superseded by that darkness, wisping away into nothing. Blunt, the world's a small place. There's an unimaginable amount of it out there, but you only ever get to see a minuscule fraction of that. And that goes doubly so fast. The poor barely get a chance to see any of it at all. And those who were born into affluence, well, they had no idea how small our world really is. I never yearned for the world outside what I knew. I more coveted it, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all the bastards down who'd never seen what it was like at the bottom. What it was like. If I made it high enough, I could do anything. I'd have complete freedom. If that sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. It's exactly what it was. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days someone's going to think you're a gravekeeper. Or maybe a grave robber. I can understand the gravekeeper. But I take the offense at the suggestion that I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl, named Morgana, turned around to face me. Though I'd known her for some time, I'd rarely ever looked her in the eyes. Her face was almost always concealed beneath a dark hood, revealing only the tip of her nose and sometimes her lips. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These are the souls that have no one else to pray for them. At best, they may get a bit of lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and poor, to pray for the abandoned souls. What I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. They're just bags of bones. I hope you enjoy an eternity in hell, blasphemer. Hey, that was uncalled for. I'm just joking, obviously. You take black humor to a new level. Morgana gave me a curt shrug, then turned away. She never faced anyone head on for very long. She had a perfectly good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything. I don't think, anyway. About 3 years earlier, something had happened that caused large patches of flesh to fall off her face. Supposedly, she had looked fine before then, but I only knew her as she was at the time. The rest of her body was covered in wounds as well, but applying ointment to them had reduced the scarring significantly. Her face, though, showed no signs of recovering. A close friend of mine, prostitute, said she thought it might be a psychological thing, but regardless, I kept applying the ointment to Morgana's face. Hey, come on, don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so let me put it on you. It's a waste of time. You don't know that. Your arms look much better than before. It won't be long before your face starts healing too. The ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money. It's my money. I can use it however I please, so just shut up and let me do this. You're a very obnoxious man, you know. What was that? You want me to rub it in real hard, huh? With a forlorn graveyard as their backdrop, a young man applied salve to a girl's raw, exposed flesh. It was quite possibly the least romantic sight in the world. I would have, at the very least, preferred a somewhat more pleasant location. As the thought flooded through my mind, I let out a defeated laugh, and I could soon feel her glaring at me. Morgana could be a bit standoffish, but honestly, I didn't mind. For her, this was actually quite sociable, in fact. When I first met her, she didn't act her age at all, but now she was starting to show signs of a 12-year-old girl hidden inside. 3 years prior, when I met Morgana, she had been the victim of unspeakable abuse at the hands of the Lord. I didn't know why he had done those things to her. And I didn't ask either, because I knew doing so would only reopen old wounds. Word choice. And all I knew was that the Lord was so far gone that he had as a human being as to brutally torture a 9-year-old girl. At the time, the only thing that ever seemed to come out of her mouth was the word of God. Everything she said or did was ostensibly for the benefit of others. But it felt to me more like she was acting out of some sort of sense of duty rather than genuine concern. Honorable, but ultimately hollow. I much preferred this Morgana, even if she could be a bit jaded. What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face? I'm not trying to get anything. I just want you to heal up. And here I thought you were going to try and make me work at the brothel. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not going to make you be a prostitute? What other reason could you have for wanting my face to get better? Because I want to see it? Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay? The thought never occurred to me. She fell quiet, sitting there motionless as I rubbed ointment into her face. Her skin beneath my thumb was rough and unpleasant to the touch, and honestly rather stomach-turning. It was hard to imagine her face would ever heal. What I said about wanting to see her face was true, but what I wanted more than anything was for her to be able to live a relatively normal life. I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal. That possibility's just part of the fun. You have as much tact as a worm. No tact and bad taste. I'm a real winner. It's a wonder nobody throttles you in your sleep. Being a guy, of course, I would have been pleased if she turned out pretty with her face healed. But her life was guaranteed to be easier than now. What? Wait. But her life was guaranteed to be easier than now, no matter what she looked like. Okay. That was what really mattered, ultimately. I could only imagine how hard it was to have your life turned completely upside down at the age of 9. A large portion of us in the slums had our share of misfortune, but hardly any of them stacked up to what Morgana had to bear. She had no parents. When I'd asked about her mother, she'd gotten cagey with me, so I assumed she'd been sold off. When I asked about her father, though, she just pointed up at the sky, which I took to mean he was dead. A young girl, no family, sent off all on her own to some strange land, somewhere along the line, ending up in a lord's cruel grasp. Misfortune felt like an understatement, if anything. That said, it wasn't just out of pity that I gave Morgana so much of my attention. The other reason, though, well, she'd probably go running if I told her. Hell, I wanted to hit myself over the head. I'd still be a friend, even if you turned out to be the ugliest girl in the city. You should be grateful. How is it you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet? I act like a decent guy around other people. Do my best to fit in. Then why are you such a dolt around me? Just doing my best to fit in. So you're saying this is my fault? Everyone could use a thorn or two. Makes it more exciting. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it sting anywhere? Not particularly, no. Alright. Oh, also, finish up here and get back to Maria soon. Unless you'd rather I drag you there. Why? Seriously? It's a damn birthday, that's why. And? What do you think, dimwit? She wants to celebrate. Get back there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay. Okay. She gave a sheepish nod, which was honestly kind of cute, but of course I couldn't say that. So I shrugged my shoulders, feigning exasperation, and then turned to leave. Once, I might have offered to accompany her back to the brothel, but Morgana never seemed keen on the idea of walking anywhere with me. Maybe she was afraid of grown men after what had happened to her at the Lord's Manor. Or maybe she just didn't want me to be seen with someone who looked like her. So, hey, I thought you were leaving. One day I'll show you the world.
All right, I'll.
Get my hopes up. Get your hopes up, damn it, I said with a soft chuckle, and then I took my leave. I had every intention of making good on that promise. I had more than enough reason to believe I could. 3 years back, there was a slave revolt at the Lord's Manor. That's not quite accurate, though, because while I was partially responsible for inciting the riot, I wasn't actually a slave. The local lord was spoken of, in whispers, as the second coming of the great tyrant of old. The people were constantly grumbling about how he seemed to treat the land like his own personal playground, exploiting everything and everyone on it for his own amusement. When enough stress and resentment builds up in a contained space, all it takes is a little shove from outside to burst. And that was our plan. Me and a number of other dissatisfied citizens gathered together to pop that bubble and give the Lord a taste of how we felt about him. It's like color revolution theory. With the help of a slave trader, I infiltrated the Lord's Manor. I'd known the slaves weren't treated well, but seeing it for myself, I thought most of the people would have been happier having been born as a dog or a cat and owned by someone who actually had a heart. It was revolting, a flagrant injustice. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people who see injustice in the world. The first are those who have everything, who sit unchallenged at the top of the world, looking down on the less fortunate with pity. The second are those with nothing, who wish to overthrow the entire system, keeping them down. It should come as no surprise I fell in the second camp. Once I was inside, I went around the manor telling all the slaves about our plan. Most of them had long since lost the will to fight, but with enough assurance that there were people on the outside ready and waiting to help, glimmers of hope started to return to their eyes. Finding out they weren't alone, that they weren't helpless anymore, had an incredible effect on their morale. And once the slaves were convinced, the revolt began. It ended up being much larger in scale than I'd imagined, and many lost their lives in the process, but the majority of them managed to escape. Naturally, the slaves couldn't stay in the city, so I just directed them to people waiting outside who would take them to another city or a neighboring country. I had neither the money nor the power to guarantee them a good life on the outside, but that hardly mattered to them. Everyone was sure that wherever they ended up would be better than staying, and I prayed that would be the case. It was during the revolt that I saved Morgana. I would have sent her off somewhere else like all the other slaves, but she was in so dire a condition when I found her that she could hardly even move on her own. She had been sapped of all her willpower. So I brought her to the brothel where a friend of mine worked and asked her to take Morgana in. My companions and I reveled in the revolt's success. It wasn't enough of an accomplishment to have any real political implications, but we still felt like heroes. Drunk on victory, we started talking about going bigger, starting a full-on revolution. One day, once the elation passed, though, we realized there wasn't much more we could do. Even if we did manage to start a large enough uprising to kill the Lord, we were only peasants. Not only did we not know the first thing about ruling, the other counts would never acknowledge our authority anyway. We'd pretend to be in control until the next in line showed up, and that would be the end of that. So we just ended up sitting on our thumbs, no way to do anything about our discontent. Skip forward to about a month before Morgana's birthday. One day, a middle-aged woman approached me. I had never met her before, but she had wavy hair that reminded me a great deal of my own. Looking me straight in the eye, the woman said, "I was once a maidservant for the Barnier estate. They've done their best to keep it a secret, but I had a child with the previous lord, and that child is you." The revelation came completely out of the blue. According to her, I had royal blood. If we could convince the Lord of that, I would become royalty. Furthermore, she, as my alleged mother, could return to her old life at the manor. The woman urged me to take action, to meet the Lord, reveal my lineage, and reclaim my rightful place at the Barnier house. I would no longer be a poor peasant living in the slums. I would have a comfortable life. He obviously wasn't going to agree on the spot. Her story was so blatantly dubious, I needed some time to think on it. If she was telling the truth, though, it could transform our revolution from a dream into reality. We wouldn't be restricted to inciting inconsequential uprisings. I could seize power legitimately and make some actual change. So I asked the woman to give me some time to consider. Have you decided what you're going to give her? That was the very first thing I heard when I stepped through the back door of the brothel. Maria, a short, blonde-haired prostitute, and a good friend of mine, flashed me a devilish smirk. I bought a necklace as per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, don't they? Most do. Me, I got a taste for knives and other such pointy things.
Sounds like Maria.
If she's like the other third door Maria, though, she knows about all of this the whole time, and she's like one of the worst people here. I doubt she has much interest in those, though. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl. Anyone could see that Maria and I were close, but our relationship was strictly platonic. Of course, given her line of work, it was unavoidable that people thought otherwise. Honestly, it irritated me every time someone suggested we were anything more than friends. People have this annoying, short-sighted tendency to assume that just because a guy and girl are friendly, they must be intimate. It didn't matter that she was a girl. I only thought of her as a friend, and as best as I could tell, that's all she thought me of as well. Maria and I first met when we were children. Even at that age, she was already a prostitute. Myself, a petty thief. We were both incredibly lucky to have survived to adulthood with only ourselves to watch each other's backs. As possible, the only reason either of us maintained the willpower to survive this long was because we had each other to bitch about our life when things got bad. So, is today the day? Are you finally going to tell her how you feel? Excuse me. Tell her what? Don't be coy. You know exactly what, and it's about time you manned up and told her. I think you've got a better chance than you think. Do I need to remind you how old she is? 12 as of today. Practically an adult, gross.
I mean, it's a times, I guess.
Knee deep in dick. Yeah, it's fucking gross.
Fucking Maria.
You're comparing her to you. The longer you hold off saying something, the more difficult it becomes. Break a leg. Party's going to be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere. All right. I chewed over what Maria had said, and as I watched her disappear down the brothel's corridor. She wasn't wrong. She wasn't overanalyzing. I did, indeed, have special feelings for Morgana. Women seem to have this strange, somewhat terrifying ability to read people's minds. It's called listening.
Yeah.
It's not just women. And Maria was a prime example of that. I had never once so much as suggested to anyone I might think anything of Morgana, but Maria had somehow managed to pick it up on it almost immediately. Fortunately, she didn't seem particularly bothered by the fact. Though if anyone else were to find out, I could only imagine the looks I would get. I mean, Morgana was 12. Oh, boy, bud. That's not okay.
Bad. Yeah, I was thinking like 16, 17. It's still bad.
Great.
Yeah.
like, or legal.
Yeah.
But like, ugh. Morgana was 12 and I was way fucking too old. That wasn't normal. I never found... Well, that makes it fine then. I've never felt that way about anyone else that young either. Fuck. Any other girl Morgana's age just looked like another kid to me. So why was she any different? She was covered in scars, and every other time we'd met, she would tell me to go to hell. She would refuse to walk anywhere with me, and no matter how much ice I broke, I could never seem to get all the way through. Yet still, the world felt like it was just a little bit better place when I was with her. It made me want to see her smile, no matter how grotesque her face. Gross, mean. Why would you say it like that?
I mean, Jocko is a shitty guy. We've established.
Yeah, like he just sucks real bad across the board. How would I even go about saying it, assuming I actually did? Even if your face isn't healed in 4 years, I'll take you as my lifetime partner, Morgana. Yuck, God no. That's terrible. There has to be a better way to put it. Now I was getting stressed out, and it was all thanks to Maria. This was supposed to be a day celebration, not fretting over stupid personal matters. Not long after I arrived at the brothel and made my way to the back room, Maria and a handful of other unoccupied girls showed up. Morgana, who was supposed to be the guest of honor, was even more reticent than usual. Prostitutes chatted amongst themselves about work in unabashedly graphic detail, trading info on which customers were good and which customers were bad, all the while Morgana looking incredibly uncomfortable. You guys think you could maybe change the subject? Like we have anything else to talk about. Making the birthday girl want to hide in the corner defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? Oh no, don't mind me. I don't have anything I want to talk about, Morgana said, almost in a whisper, her head downturned. At least eat something then. The cookies are barely sweetened and dry as rocks, but they're edible. Chuckpo, you little bitch. You've got some stones to shit talk my cookies to my face. Stop it, Maria. Stop throwing things at me. Speaking of stones, these cookies. My God. The other girls cackled as Maria and I bickered. Hoping it might have elicited a reaction from Morgana as well, I snuck a glance over at her, but she remained expressionless. You are right about one thing, though. This is Morgana's day. Let's change the subject, Maria said, with a little laugh, having hurled everything within arm's reach at me. Like I said, I don't have anything to talk about. Sure you do. You just have to look a little harder. Not saying you have to reminisce for us. It can be anything. Let's see. Here's an idea. Yeah, she's the worst, actually, as it turns out. Are there any guys you got your eyes on? I spewed my tea all over the table. There is. And then I started choking. What? Seriously? Holy shit. Who is it? Tell me, who's the lucky guy? God. Everyone fell silent. Maria gave me a sympathetic look, and I knew exactly what she wanted to say. Sorry, kid. You ain't got nothing on God. Asshole. If you're gonna dream big, right? Yeah, I get where you're coming from, pining after the all-powerful, all-knowing God. I'm with you. You bald-faced liar. The grass may be a hell of a lot greener up there, but it's a bit far, don't you think? You're better off settling for the weeds down here. Did she just imply I'm a weed? Maria looked over and gave a wide grin at the sight of me grinding my teeth, then continued. Say the young man over, and then points at somebody else. Wait, stop right there. Don't say another word. Whoopsie. Me and my big mouth, I almost did your job for you. Yeah, no, she's the worst. God damn it, Maria. This was not good. Like hell, I was gonna let her corner me into saying it here. I stole a glance at Morgana, but her gaze was locked on her knees. I couldn't see what, if any, kind of reaction she was having. Morgana, what she's trying to say is that I have to go. What? I have to go to the bathroom. Sure. Morgana got up from the room and left it. Got up from her chair and left the room in silence. I imagine I was making a rather flaccid expression because as soon as Morgana was gone, Maria began cackling like a mad woman. My reply was the nearest object, courtesy of my throwing arm. Loser, how hard is it just to say it? Would have been easier if you hadn't cornered me like that. You think I believe you would have done it without a little nudge? I would have. Eventually. Eventually ain't gonna cut it. Now's the right time. And don't worry, me and the girls won't make fun of you for getting your rock. Yuck. That's not the reason I like her. Besides, I would wait. Oh, Jesus, dude. Pro tip, that does not make it better. It doesn't mean you can't tell her now. It does, actually. I think it'll do her wonders, really. She's, well, you know. So I think knowing someone cares about her will lighten the load a little. When she comes back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. And if she turns you down, we can all have a good laugh about it. Maria and a few other girls chuckled. As uncomfortably as she was making me feel, she had a point. Regardless of whether Morgana reciprocated my feelings or not, there was a good chance that just putting them out there would help in breaking down the walls she had built in her heart. And maybe one day, I would actually be able to see her smile. I'll do it. I'll tell her. It didn't matter if I came out looking like a loser. It didn't matter if Morgana wasn't interested in me that way. What mattered was that she knew someone accepted her regardless of her appearance or the things she had been through. That doesn't require romantic at all. And if it did, maybe like somebody within a decade.
Yeah.
And if by some chance there really was royal blood flowing through my veins, then I could make good on my promise to show her the world. I could put an end to her life of poverty and abuse. Well, not the abuse, obviously. Replace it with one of comfort and wealth and abuse. I could buy her even better medicine, something that could actually heal her face. If I were truly royalty, I could do so much more for her. Makes it sound like I want to be some kind of fairy tale hero or something. But honestly, I wouldn't have minded that. If I was gonna make her happy, to wipe away all her past misfortune, why couldn't I make it a little dramatic? Wasn't usually my style, but in this case, I wouldn't have objected to a storybook ending. This, though. No, this wasn't the kind of story I was hoping for. The heavy curtains separating the guest rooms had been torn to shreds, and they were spattered with blood. A man, apparently caught without enough time to defend himself, lay splayed out naked on a bed, his empty eyes fixed on the ceiling. The whole area reeked of blood. All I could do was stare, stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. The few who were still alive could no better make sense of the incomprehensible massacre than me. The sudden, arbitrary upheaval of our world. The inexplicable, inescapable reality. Shortly after Morgana stepped out, I heard a woman scream from the front of the brothel. Next, a man shouting. At first, I assumed it was one of the customers losing his temper over something. But the tone of the scream seemed off somehow for something like that. Wasn't long before the noise had escalated to alarming levels, so I dashed toward the source of the shouting. A good dozen men, bandits, or maybe thieves, as they seemed more organized. Are thieves more organized than bandits? Is that how the hierarchy
I
works?
guess.
Are raiders below that? And raided the brothel. They slaughtered all the customers, stripping them of any valuables. And they tied up the girls, killing any who resisted. The first thought that rose to my panic mind was that I needed to find Morgana. I needed to get her out of here, no matter what. A little late, bud. I couldn't let her birthday turn into a tragedy. She'd already been through enough, and I had to make sure she didn't suffer any further. I had to make her life into something good. I searched and I searched, but there was no sign of Morgana anywhere. Until suddenly, something seemed to crash into me from behind, causing me to stagger. It took a few seconds for the pain to set in, which is when I looked down to see the tip of a blade sticking out of my gut.
Well, that's not good.
You got run through. It's not good. I mean, there's no good bit to see sticking out of you, but the tip is real bad.
And really, the gut area in general is just not a good place to get stabbed.
There's not any great spots.
Right.
But yeah, that's a bad one.
Bad one.
That's a bad one. Blood, especially none that like put the tip through to the other side, unless you're like just getting skinned. But like piercing, that is probably about it. It's the only stabbing that's not that bad. And if they do that wrong, it's bad.
Yeah.
Blood streamed along the metal surface, and there were little bits of flesh caught on the edges. Gross. I turned around just in time to see the man holding it kick me away. And before I had time to process what was happening, I hit the floor and lost consciousness. That's merciful. If I were a hero, I could have surely eradicated all the violent intruders in the blink of an eye, saving everyone. Protected that which I wanted to protect. Not had to lose anything. But I was a mere boy, youth of 22. A weak boy, helpless against a few robbers. A useless boy, unable to protect anyone, but who got stabbed through and did not die.
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive. All in all. I mean, I don't want to say you got lucky, but you did not get even more unlucky than you could have gotten.
Right,
Already got, I guess. When I woke up, Maria was kneeling over me, sobbing. No signs of the tough, foul-mouthed girl I knew. Aside from her, there were 2 girls also crying, leaving only 4 survivors. Apparently, I wasn't dead. Looking down, I saw my bare stomach wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. The brothel lay in ruins, a bloody pile of torn bedding, clothes, and bodies. I made my way back out the front, and all I could do was stare, stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. Maria stood beside me, quietly rubbing her trembling arms. Where's Morgana? I couldn't find her. Why not? I'm sorry. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find her. I'm so sorry. I wanted to say I wasn't blaming her, but I couldn't find the words. If I had power, I could have prevented this from happening. What kind of power would I have needed, though? The physical strength to overpower the thieves wouldn't hurt. No, I needed to think bigger. If I weren't a peasant, but someone of real influence and import, no one would dare stand up to me. No petty thieves would ever even consider a raid on me. I would have the power to punish anyone who tried. But regardless, this would never have happened at all. I was supposed to give Morgana a good life, to show her the world. to make her smile. If only I had power. Absolute, unflinching power. Unlimited power. If I had climbed to the top of the ladder when the chance was offered to me, this all could have been avoided. If only I had asserted my place as royalty a month earlier, as the woman who claimed to be my mother had urged me to. I wanted power. The power to keep everything I cared about safe. The power to change this damned world. The power to stop those filthy thieves. The power to keep her by my side. I wanted power. I heard about the attack on the brothel and that you were hurt. I'm so glad to see you. You are well. You're well. About a week after the raid, I went to see the woman who professed herself my mother. As you would expect of someone who had served at the old lord's manor, she was very elegant and graceful. The shack where she stayed, though, was shabby, drab. Was a shabby, drab place with a bare wattle and daub walls. Wattle and daub. You were concerned about my safety? Of course. Show me a mother who's not always concerned about her child's safety, says the woman I'd never seen until a month ago. Physical distance has no bearing on a mother's love, she said with a soft smile. Age had clearly begun taking its toll on her, but I could see hints of former beauty. If you had gone to speak with the Lord and revealed your lineage when I first came to see you, you would never have been in that kind of danger. There is still time. Go to the Lord's manor. Show him. I'm not really your son, am I? The woman fell silent for a moment, observing me. I could see the resemblance between us, yes, but I had no memories of my mother. It would be nice if she were to show back up someday, but it just wasn't likely. This whole thing felt extremely contrived. Discussions will progress much smoother if we both know what the other wants out of this arrangement. Start by telling me who you really are. Were you actually a maidservant for the previous lord? She gave a nod, then walked over to a grimy shelf, retrieved the ring that looked very much out of place. It was made of gold, engraved with an elaborate insignia. Look at this. It's the Barnier family crest. The previous lord gave me the ring as a gift, and I've kept it ever since, even after our relationship was discovered and I was chased out. I didn't sell it because I knew I was with child. They will have no choice but to acknowledge you as a legitimate heir if you show them this ring. Why did you wait so long to come find me then? I was afraid, yeah, they might kill you if I brought you in as a baby. Why were we separated? Misfortune. One day, bandits came and kidnapped you. A lot of them around, clearly.
A lot of bandits around.
Yeah, somebody should work on that. Presumably, they were hired by the Barnier estate because they didn't want your existence coming to light. I feel like that makes them thieves, then. I'll consider it a miracle you're still alive. I can only imagine the stern look on my face as I listened to the woman speak. Parts of me did indeed want to take everything she said as true. Wanted to believe I was someone important, but I couldn't convince myself I had anything other than a commoner's blood run through my veins. It would appear you've done your research, and I don't have any other family, to the best of my knowledge. Which does indeed make me a good candidate for you to step in and claim your stake on. If I were to guess, your child with the Lord either passed away or never existed at all. It's probably true that you worked at the Barnier's manor, and it's probably true that you had relations with the former Lord. You were chased out, and now you live in poverty. But, you could have just stolen the ring. You wanted to go back to your former, more comfortable life, and while you're at it, take vengeance on the current lord. But being a woman, you have no means to accomplish that yourself. So you came upon the idea of using a fake son. If your child was still alive, he'd be right about my age, wouldn't he? And we'd look similar enough for you to convincingly claim we're related. But the biggest reason you chose me is because I've made something of a name for myself. Because I was one of the people involved in inciting the revolt 3 years ago. The perfect choice to spearhead a revolution. How dramatic. The man who set the Lord's slaves free was secretly his family. People would eat it right up. So, how far off am I? For some time, the woman sat in silence. Eventually, she broke it. But not by yelling in anger or desperately trying to refute me, but with a smile. I knew very well what lurked behind that smile, too. Scorn. You're sharp for a filthy peasant. It would seem I chose wisely. She was right. She was, I think that's okay. I don't know, though. Feels weird. I think you can say that. She was a manipulative, conniving shyster. Yeah, it bugs me, though. Feels off.
It does a little bit.
Feels uncomfortable saying it. In all the context that I've heard, it's like scummy lawyer. But the more I think about it, the less I like it. But that I could work with. That fits so much better. So I apologize if I just said a shitty thing. My bad. Shouldn't have. I wasn't royalty. I wasn't a hero. I was a filthy peasant. I'm in. First thing I did after agreeing to work with the woman was not to approach the Lord, but to reveal my false lineage to my accomplices. They all thought I was joking until I showed them the ring. Then their dreams of revolution started seeming far more realistic. Maria was the one exception. Not only did she not believe me, she tried to stop me from going through with the scheme. Haven't you had enough danger for one life? Come on, forget about all this revolution stuff. We can build up a new brothel and just stay low for the rest of our days. Does that really sound so bad? You're the only friend I got left, Jacopo. Bleh, she said, somewhat desperately. I sympathized with her concerns, but I didn't want to let this chance to gain some real power slip away. I was done having things taken away from me. Hear me, my fellow citizens, who live in suffering at the hands of your supposed lord. Within me flows the blood of the previous lord. I am the rightful heir. Behold the Barnier's golden ring, proof that I am of noble birth. Victims of this terrible tyrant, the time has come to start anew, and I shall be the ones to lead you down that path. The poor, the hungry, the deprived, all of you, stand with me. My call to arms stoked the flames in people's hearts. When the assault on the Lord's Manor began, they were an inferno of righteous justice. No one was thinking straight. I was about the only one with something resembling a clear head amidst the chaos. If I were really a hero, then I would have rejoiced in that glorious day, that momentous turning point in the city's history. I would have been honored to have led the charge. But this was all about one woman's avarice and a desire for vengeance. This was all about one man's lamentation of his own weakness. I wasn't motivated by any desire to help these people. The Lord backed into a corner, begged for his life. I decapitated him, then held his severed head up for the people. Their cheers and shouts filled the air. As I watched them rejoice, I wondered, Was this the future that awaited me? Would the people come after me next? Was my head going to be in one of their hands one day? Well, you know what would have been a good call as like an investment in that potential outcome? Not chopping his head off.
Yeah.
Establish a convention of not murking the fool that was sitting in the chair before you. Come on, bud. Rookie shit. I don't know. He's technically a guy that's sitting around as a threat too, so that was probably more conventional at the time. But you know, foresight. The king and the other counts acknowledged my royalty, though it was less because I had the Banyes ring and more because they thought that it was the best way to prevent things from getting any messier. So, with their approval, I formally became the Lord of the Land. They were like, well, that's basically how we got this, so go for it, man. I also assumed the former Lord's name because, despite his reputation with his people, it was a name people knew, and one that held far more clout than my own. And just like that, my longtime dream of power had come true. That said, simply becoming the Lord didn't mean everything had fallen neatly into place. Many of the local noble families accused me of acquiring my rank illegitimately. The bastards!
How dare they?
Waited, fangs bad, for me to slip up. They even tried to set me up on more than one occasion. Imagine! I couldn't trust anyone. It turns out the rich people are not nice and helpful and supportive. Like, it's the weirdest thing. On top of that, you know, my subjects, the ones that answer to me. On top of that, if I took too long making the improvements I had promised to the people, they would start saying I was just as much a tyrant as the previous lord. I think if you don't murder as many, you'll probably buy some extra time. There was only so much I could do at once, though, especially with my hands so full of fending off the vulturous nobles. Exhaustion soon began to set in. This wasn't the world I was looking for, the one I wanted to show Morgana. It's just so hard being rich and powerful. It was day after day, day after draining day of betrayal, constantly having to look over my shoulder, fighting to meet unrealistic expectations like food and, you know, autonomy, personal freedom. I was starting to lose sight of who I was as a person. I couldn't let anyone see me looking weak. They would see it as an opportunity to take advantage of me, to manipulate me, to eliminate me. I needed power to protect myself from those people. Attaining rank was only the first step. I needed even more power, enough to ensure no one would ever be giving me orders. No one could ever play me for a fool. I turned my attention first to bolstering the economy. I provided subsidies to the merchants in the cities. I expanded trade routes. I made it known that people of any skin color, even those not welcome in other territories, were welcome in my land, trying to bring some vitality to the city. The previous lord had evidently loved to throw parties, squandering away nearly all the tax money and his own entertainment. If he had left me with more to work with, I would have used it to clean up and repair the slums. It's always the previous administration's fault. But for the time that had to remain another item on the checklist. Yeah, it's far more important to make sure we keep giving the merchants more money. I needed more money flowing through the city as a whole before I could make any headway on fixing up the poorer areas. Helping the people who needed it most quickly became a secondary objective. I had a pretty good idea what my former accomplice is still in the slums was saying about me. He used us. I could practically hear them whispering. Some of them even started publicly slandering me in an attempt to undermine my authority, claiming I wasn't suited to be in a position of power because I had spent most of my life in the slums. It wasn't long before they had convinced the people I was just another tyrant. I had hoped that they, if no one else, would have sympathized with my position. Realized that I had every intention of helping them. I just simply, didn't have the resources for it yet. Just not in the budget. But no one saw what I was doing. No one believed me, even when I tried to explain that it's not my fault you're starving while I eat like a king.
Right.
In one case, I invited my old companion to my manor to discuss matters, which I'm sure went great. But the meeting only turned into an attempt on my life, right? Having absolutely no one I could trust, no one I could call an ally, hit me harder, a lot harder than I had expected. It twisted my worldview beyond recognition. I had no need for sympathy. I couldn't show care for anyone, otherwise, someone would inevitably use it against me, old friends and strangers alike. In fact, those who knew me best, those who were aware of where I had come from and what I had been before, were the ones who fought the hardest to tear me down. Rules needed to be created, punishments established. I couldn't allow anyone to take this power from me. Anyone who so much as suggested I had come from the slums, anyone who dared disrespect me, had to be eliminated. All threats exterminated before they could reach me. Somewhere along the line, I had lost sight of my original dream. Lost all my desire to do right by the people I cared about. Hell, I didn't have anyone to do right by anymore. Why did I need to climb to the top of the ladder? So no one could kill me for climbing to the top of the ladder. Why did I want money? So no one could mock me. Why did I want power? So no one could oppose me. 4 years passed, and I found myself in a very, very distant place. Miracle blood. Sounds like a sham to me. Never know. They say like the sound of a first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. One day, a curious rumor came to my attention, the kind of whispering you wouldn't usually put much stock into. It was said that there was a witch living in a cottage by the lake. Few had ever seen her face, but they claimed she had the same voice as a girl who supposedly performed miracles 7 years earlier in a faraway village. The people loved their stories of heroes and miracles. And if I could show some support for the churches, then maybe people would stop complaining I was focusing too much on the economy. So I devised a plot to capture the witch and make use of her miracle blood. Right. I invented the healthcare industry. I would establish a new church and have it run by a nun in the city. A nun the city had been fawning over for some time. They called her the Saintess. There, I would take the witch's blood, call it a miracle medicine, distributing it in exchange for tithes, which the people would certainly come for in droves. And if the blood somehow did happen to have special powers, then that would make the scheme that much more effective. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. I was too busy to handle capturing the witch myself, so I went and found someone to handle it for me. He was a former slave who had, several years back, massacred an entire carriage of slaves and the slave traders transported them. Obviously not an upstanding citizen, but there was little doubt. Yeah, there was little doubt he would have trouble apprehending a single witch. And if he did, I mean, the biggest reason I chose him, though, was because he was enamored with the nun. I honestly thought it was rather hilarious. A murderer fallen in love with a nun. I had been expecting the man to object, but he agreed almost without hesitation. There was a mansion on the outskirts of the city which the previous lord had built for himself, and it had gone unused since his death. It was there I decided to keep the witch, and it was there I decided to establish the church. The nun would have ample space there to provide temporary shelter to the sick and needy. I thought, with what little remained of my conscience, that I was doing the right thing. If one witch, probably an old woman at that, was all it cost to accomplish such good, then a worthy sacrifice it was. In an ideal world, it wouldn't matter young or old, a human being was an unacceptable price for anything. But this was far from an ideal world, so I decided that taking what little remained of this woman's life was the best, no, the only acceptable course of action. Classic good guy thinking there. I have no other option. It's the only choice. She would probably despise me for it, but I would gladly accept her hatred in exchange for the benefits her blood would bring the city. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and poor, to pray for the abandoned souls. Morgana's words from years back popped into my head. I believed that, as an aggressive, self-centered, and utterly lacking in compassion as my methods may have been, I was following that mantra. I was offering a helping hand to the people who needed it in the only way I knew how. I wasn't so dense as to think she would approve of me making an old woman pay the price for my charity, though. Doing this made me no better than a thug. But everything has a price. For every extravagant feast held, a dozen people go the night without food. That's simply the way of the world. I was no god. I was no saint. I had blood on my hands. I was a villain. I knew no way to accomplish good without doing bad. After the swordsman departed, I took some time to myself. I filled the goblet with water, smelled it, and then gave a bit of it to my pet dog before gulping the rest of it down. Are you still out there somewhere, Morgana? What would you think of me if you saw what I had become? Several days later than originally planned, the swordsman finally arrived at the mansion. I had chosen the observation tower on the grounds for the witch's prison, and it was there I waited for him. He showed up with a burlap sack swung over his shoulder, setting it down on the ground, saying, "There's your witch." I could only hear muffled grunting from inside the sack, but it didn't sound like an old woman inside. The man's clothes and the bag both reeked of blood. Tell me you didn't harm a dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made, limbs were lost.
That's a great line.
Eggs, omelets. I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. That you were able to immediately recognize it on, as the smell of blood says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping. She is alive, yes, of course. I felt a tinge of guilt for the woman, but it didn't last long. Her role in my scheme and the fate that awaited her was the same, regardless of the condition she arrived in. Couldn't you have just, told everyone you captured her? And just, hand out Kool-Aid? Feels like that would have been just as effective. Whatever. I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. He crouched down to untie it, revealing a young girl with one arm severed. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who the girl was. But why? What was she doing in the bag? Why was she the Lakeside Witch? I mean, how many people do you know with miracle blood? How many do you expect there to be?
Right?
I know it's maybe a what are the odds it's the same, but it didn't even cross your mind? Anyway, what was she doing here? Why was she so pale and shaking? We already discussed the missing arm. I mean, that one seems pretty straightforward. Why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that? How could I have let this happen to her? Morgana. My voice was hoarse and rattling. She looked up at me, her face just as disfigured and hideous as it had been 4 years before. My mind flashed back to her birthday, when I had considered offering to take her as my lifetime partner if her face hadn't healed in 4 years' time. Is that you? A question yanked me out of my memories. You remember me? Did Morgana remember me? The 3 years we had spent together? What kind of person I had been? The boy who had refused to give up, putting ointment on her face. Horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Her taking shots at me taking shots at her. All that time we had shared. How could I ever forget? Morgana, she remembered me? How could I ever forget all the pain and humiliation you put me through? How could I ever forget the blood sabbats you so loved to hold? What was she talking about? Haven't had enough, had you? Have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you? You haven't had your fill of my blood? No, that wasn't me. I was the one who had tried to heal those wounds. You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you even for a moment. No, Morgana. I was the man who rescued you from him. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you'll never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I give you a lifetime of hatred. No, Morgana. I was not aware you knew the witch, my lord. His voice made my blood run cold. I didn't just know her. Morgana was this man, the Lord. He destroyed me, mind and body. No, that was another man. He was already dead. I had just taken his place. I had come from the slums. I had been a part of the slaves' revolt. I knew I had to tell her. He ruined my life. But between the sting of Morgana's accusation and my need to protect my current position, I couldn't muster the strength to do it. If someone were to find out I wasn't legitimate royalty, that I had come from the slums, then everything I had worked so hard to build up for who though, would come crumbling down. Do I really think it hasn't already? All I had left was my power, my rank. Is that what I actually wanted? I couldn't afford to lose that too. When did I? When did I first start straying from the path? Yes, I know her. Or I knew her years ago. I see. What do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick. This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. Why? Why couldn't I tell her the truth? How? How could I keep her imprisoned? What did I wanted power for in the first place? Would anyone ever believe me if I said this wasn't how I wanted things to turn out? It's not about whether they believe you, it's whether that matters in any way, shape, or form. It's not. Would anyone ever believe me? Before me floats a man, twisted and writhing in pain. Although, whether what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human is a difficult question. It is a hazy, indistinct shape, on the precipice of being consumed by darkness everlasting. I know very well what I'm looking at, the moments before a man's soul shatters. Did I do the same thing to him that Morgana did to me? Was it I who summoned the darkness? Who laid his past bare? Who forced him to relive those events? To experience once more everything he felt, everything he thought? Who put him through that despair a second time? I can only imagine how he must have felt, causing someone he once cared for so much pain. The things he did are abhorrent. Sorry, spaced out. Other things he did are abhorrent, more than just deserving of reproach. And it would undoubtedly be easier for him to simply vanish into the eternal abyss. But I can't allow that to happen. He still has work to do. His story is essential. It's almost certain that Morgana still doesn't know who he really is. He needs to face her, reveal the truth with his own words. That's the only way we're going to give her a chance to have a change of heart. That's not all he has to say to her either. So I must bring him back, pull him out of the darkness. I grab the man by the arm and begin scouring the blackness for an exit. Wait, did we switch back to Michelle here?
I was wondering that myself, but I'm not sure.
After some time, or did Jacopo lose track of who he is?
Yeah, that's what I'm
We've
thinking.
had both happen a couple times, so after some time, I see a speck glistening high above. So I make my way upwards, back into the harsh light of the real world.
Jacopo's story.
You know, he sucks.
Yeah.
Real hard.
But at least you got his perspective.
That he sucks? I was aware.
The darkness parts and we reemerge in the dining hall. The man is still straddling me, dagger held above his head, just as he has been before our trek into his... His eyes are open wide and his hands trembling. A few moments later, his fingers go slack and the blade slips from his grasp, piercing the wood floor by my face.
Hey, what was that? I swear I saw some kind of black cloud or something.
What happened to you two? Neither of you saw any of that? If you didn't see anything, worry about it. Necklace, that must have been the key to unlocking his memories. Like when I touched a mirror in the mansion. I have no idea why certain objects show me different memories, but I got what I needed, I think. I'm fairly certain the white-haired girl is Morgana now. The things Jacopo did to her and felt for her behind the third door have much in common with him and Morgana in this life.
Why did you dig that up? How the hell did you do that? Why did you show me my former self? Why did you make me watch that?
Why didn't you tell her? Had you only opened your mouth and told Morgana the truth, told her you weren't the previous lord, told her who you really were, things could have turned out so much differently.
Yeah, then when you imprisoned her, it would have been like, oh, you're a different person who totally sucks.
Right.
Like, turned out differently. How? Knowing would have only worsened her pain. Yes, you're exactly right. The man who once saved her life is now the source of all her misery. How would knowing that do anything but cause her more despair?
The least you could have done then was let her go free.
Well, he wasn't gonna do that. Like, what does it matter at that point? I don't think that, like, telling her, like, oh yeah, by the way, you're slightly mistaken about the, nature of my identity. Makes it all different. At least now you're not a liar, right? That's the difference. That's stupid. I'd already put the money into setting up the church here. No way I was getting those deposits back. Her arm had already been cut off. There was no turning back. You can't go back from that.
Could have, yes. You could have stopped then and there.
Don't act like you know anything. You couldn't have possibly comprehend the weight on my shoulders, you dirty peasant.
You're right, I can't, and I'll be damned if I want to. The hell with understanding the feelings of a man who could so easily lose sight of what mattered most for a little power. Money? Power? That's not what you really wanted to hold dear. But why couldn't you let go of that? Why did you have to go and let what mattered most slip through your fingers? Had you done anything, it wouldn't have had to come to this.
needed.
Wealth? Rank? No, you didn't need any of that. Do you have any idea how much Morgana treasured her time with you and Maria? Do you know how she described that period as one of the brightest chapters of her life? Those 3 years she spent at the brothel until it was attacked. She said that was where she learned how to find joy in life.
You would never say any of that.
Why do you refuse to believe me?
She never opened up to anybody. That's all just your fantasy, what you want to see in her. You're trying to convince me of something that was never there.
No, I think he is right. I believe she did feel that way. The day I
What
killed...
do you know about it?
The day I killed that carriage full of slaves 4 years ago. This girl you're talking about, she was there.
It sounds like anyway. Wait, that can't.
And she said this to me before I began my massacre. I am sad because I did not get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear. She was crying as she did. Oh, that is who she was talking about. It was you.
There's no way.
When exactly did the brothel attack 4 years ago take place?
4 years ago. It was the winter.
I see. Winter 4 years ago is when I met the girl too.
That reminds me. She mentioned something unpleasant happened to her 4 years ago during one of our conversations. That she was forced to part way with the people who taught her that humans are capable of kindness. She was talking about you.
There is still time. You can still set Morgana free. You can still reveal your true self to her. Likely in shock that day, not seeing or thinking straight. Her arm had just been cut off, you know?
Yeah.
She still thinks you're
That
someone
is-
else.
Yeah. Likely a shock situation.
Hearing you were the Lord, it set something off in her, preventing her from seeing who you really were.
Or the blood loss.
Or the blood loss, yeah. Her time in the previous Lord's captivity left scars even deeper than she knew. All it took was that one word, and in her eyes you became him. Which isn't to
Looked
say
like
you
it
haven't
too,
caused her much pain yourself, but I still believe your truth is the key to allaying her hatred. It will change her perception of the world. I'm certain of it. So please, release Morgana and spill your heart for her.
Planning to end it all with the Harvest Festival.
What?
I was already planning to set her free then. I knew damn well it was much too little, much too late. But I needed an excuse to face her.
Same thing happened in the future story. The day of the train. But it was too little, too late.
Occasion to give me that last nudge. So I told myself, that's gonna be the day. That's when I'm gonna do it. But you had to show up out of nowhere, digging up my past. Throwing all my plans out the window.
You still think I'm the reason your carefully laid plans fell apart?
Let it go during the Harvest Festival. Tomorrow she goes free.
Tomorrow is too late.
What difference does it make?
When the bells toll noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, Morgana dies.
I've had more than enough of your so-called prophecies. I'm done.
Why do you still refuse to believe me? Did you not just see all that stuff we went through together? Not making anything up. I'm from the future. I know how this ends. Having an occasion and a plan can certainly make it easier to take action, but you can't just wait for the right occasion for everything. Sometimes if you don't act on something as soon as you decided to do it, you'll miss your chance.
I do not like that that's like the big lesson that he's meant to have learned here. That upsets me. Makes me feel like they're like, no, man, when you were 22 and she was 20, you should have gone for it.
In your next life,
That's, ugh.
You'll make the same mistakes. You lock someone up that you care about, eventually causing her to break down entirely. And you're so fixated on waiting for the right occasion, you completely destroy any chance of salvaging anything. If you're so set on releasing her, then release her now. Jacopo! Stop being so damn fixated on your occasions already.
Enough. You're right. You don't have to tell me I'm being a fool. I'll do it. Right now. I'll do it. I'll release her.
Thank you. Making up your mind finally.
I didn't make the lock require 3 keys because the weight was too much to bear alone. It's because having others with me would force me to keep up the Lord facade to prevent me from letting anything slip. Or maybe I was just waiting. Hoping someone would betray me, make me pay. Pathetic, I know.
Have the neck. It belongs to you. Though I doubt Morgana will accept it. She'll attempt to do that.
Did you get that anyway?
From Maria.
I thought she'd have thrown it out by now. I assume she doesn't think very highly of me.
Wanted to kick Joel in.
Yes. Be honest with me.
He was planning to kill you.
Ah. Maybe that would have been for the best. I'm nothing more but a power-hungry trader. The necklace. I'll take it.
Or takes the necklace. Looks as though he's on the... Whether from the pressure of not wanting to lose face or simply because he's no longer able to. He doesn't actually shed any, though. The other two just stand, watch him quietly. Neither of them saw the vision of his past, but they don't pry. Our exchange was probably sufficient to give them an idea of what happened, even if they don't know the details. Clutching the necklace in one hand, Jacopo takes up the head of the procession to the observation tower. While it lasts but a brief moment, I see an image of the young man he used to be in his slightly slouched shoulders. Two, three, baby.
Crunch.
They each insert into individual key. The lock disengaging and the door giving a deep groan as it swings. Beyond it, a spiral staircase extends high. Every time I've climbed these stairs, it's always been... I've succeeded, though. I've got them all here, ready to free her before she's supposed. I have changed the past. Giselle. Can you hear me, Giselle? I made it in time. Now Morgana doesn't have to die tomorrow. I did it.
You guys hear talking behind the door?
There's someone else in there with her.
There couldn't be. It's only Morgana.
Please. Come on, you can't now.
Hmm.
You have any idea what I'm going through? Of course I do. I'm...
All her inside the... Okay, the whole thing has all been in Morgana's head in the chamber this whole time. Okay.
Standing before the door at the top of the stairs, a chill runs down my spine. Before I have time to consider what might have caused it, my body moves on its own. I shove my way past the other men and push open the door.
No, I'll come up with something pleasant. Take your mind off things. I'll come up with a story. Story? How about this? Dove flies into the window up above. Piece of parchment tied to its leg. A letter from a prince of a neighboring land. Read it. You write a response. Don't respond. Changing letters back and forth. Sometime the prince comes to find you. But a stupid fan. Holding on to even a fantasy is better than belief. I don't want you to give up hope. This hope only breeds despair. That you would know that. Besides, if anyone's going to come for me, one person I want to see.
We're all stunned as silence at the scene unfolding beyond the door. Morgana, having a conversation herself, does answer the question of who the white-haired girl is, came from. But I can't. This is just... No one should have to go through this. Her mind has split into two.
Oh, Morgana. It looks like you have visitors. They're here to take my blood. Or they've no use for me anymore. They are here to kill me. Oh, don't be so... Look, there's someone new. Kill me. Just set me free already. Morgana. You know what my wish is. Kill me and curse on them. Look up at them. Your letters, they made it. I never wrote any letters. Got long hair as white as... and eyes like rubies. He's beautiful, like an angel descended from heaven.
Morgana. I've come for you, Morgana. Set you free. You please undo her shackles, Jacopo.
As you say.
Morgana.
Angel?
Can you hear me, Morgana? Long last, I have the chance to hold you. To get you out of this tower. You have nothing to worry about anymore. You can go outside again, see the sun. You can go back to your old life. Morgana. No one's gonna hurt you anymore, Morgana. And the three of them by the door, none of them have any malice for you. You're free. You can go free again. You can have a normal life. No one's gonna take any more of your blood. Please, Morgana. Please, stay with me. Don't you want to leave this place? I'm going to set you free. I'll take you back to your cottage by the lake. I'll get you medicine. I'll help you with anything you need. If you want to go somewhere far away, I'll take you there. I'm begging you.
So long. Moment.
Morgana.
I've been waiting so long for God to send an angel. Are you an angel? Oh, deliver me from this place. Deliver me unto my Father. Can't go back out there. Live in the mortal realm any longer. Don't want to. There's only a place I wish to go. O holy servant of the Lord. You are angel, aren't you?
Morgana.
Please, deliver me from...
Yes. That's right, I am. For now, yes, will be. I am the Archangel Michael, sent to deliver your soul unto God the Father. Angel. I've descended from heaven above. It's wonderful. Morgana, be proud of me. Your father, the Lord Almighty, is exceedingly proud of the great work you have done in his name. Touched to me. To hear that. Be happier. Turn to you. Turn with you. To see him. Morgana! Morgana! Her body goes limp. Last of her life slips. I've been more than fair, but I still failed. At the very least, hope I was able to provide her some comfort. Without to think.
We were too late. But why? Wasn't she not supposed to die until... That's what you said, isn't it? That's how it was supposed to happen, right? So how come we still didn't make it?
Do anything. Why did you just let her wither away like this? Why? Answer me.
It's for you. No idea she had deteriorated so badly.
Then you can atone for your sins. But first, we need to take her body somewhere clean. Does not mean you are free. We need to ensure her soul can depart in peace.
See me objecting.
You need to say now what you were going to say to her. You must let her know the truth.
Dead. Good will it do to reveal my feelings now?
You're really that dense? Of course it will do good. Her physical body may be dead, but her soul is still here, watching everything. Listening to every word you say.
I don't believe in souls.
Well, I'm begging you to change your mind. Let Morgana hear what you have to say. Don't let her soul seethe in hatred. Please, I'm begging you.
Do you know? Not the one you thought I was initially. The man who put you through hell, that hell, I killed him. I'm the man who freed you from his grasp. I'm the man who spent the next 3 years with you. We were poor and food was scarce, let alone good food. But those were happy times. Just about every day I'd come and rub ointment on your face. I'd tell you to look at me and you'd reluctantly turn my way. I used to think a lot about that face you'd make when you finally gave in. And then there was Maria. Only imagine how obnoxious you thought the two of us were when we were in the same room together. You sitting off alone while me and Maria go at it, not making a peep. Me always trying to sneak glances at you. There's so much I never managed to tell you. And I hate myself for being too weak to put any of it into words. I could apologize, but I doubt you'd forgive me. And I don't want you to either. I just want you to know that this isn't how I wanted things to turn out. What I wanted more than anything was to show you the world. But instead, all I managed to show you was the inside of a cold, dark tower. Not the beautiful, unimaginably wide world outside these walls, but a tiny, filthy corner of it. I did this to you. I took everything from you, when I should have given you everything. However much you hate me, I deserve every last bit of it, and more. I was ready to pay with my life, if that's what you wanted. I was ready to do absolutely anything. This wasn't how I wanted things to turn out. I waited too long to bring myself to take actions. Morgana, the man there, he told me, you said the 3 years you were with me and Maria were the brightest days of your life. Well, they were for me too. I loved you. That's everything.
Eve, what did Morgana? With all my heart that him opening up have even the tiniest effect.
God. I also wanted to apologize for everything I did to hurt you. I feel terrible about it. I really do. And yeah, I know it's not enough to make up for what I've done. So I wanted to make amends, whatever it takes. If you want me to give you my life now, I will. Or if you want me to spend the rest of my days paying for my sins, I can do that too.
I am an irredeemable monster and killer. Take pleasure in hurting people. You are right to be afraid of me. I am genuinely sorry for what I did. I never wanted to see you dead. Sorry, I can't come up with anything better to say.
Great, bud. Effort. That's what really counts.
Right.
In this kind of situations. All right, bud. You're trying. It's a new leaf. Let's bring her outside. Would you carry her body, please? Better suited for the job.
My right arm is in no condition to picking up anything.
Be a lifter then. You said it was my words she needed to hear most, but ultimately, it's you who saved her. And me made that necessary. She wanted to be delivered to God by the hands of an angel. So, the angel here should carry her. I can't. It wouldn't be right. Please, would you do it for her?
Lifts her dead body off, places her. He opens the door, at 4-man procession. Get in. I walk at the back of the line. Each step they take down the spiral staircase is slow and weighted down by the night that they must place they wasn't able to prevent Morgana's death, but I was able to uncover the truth. Which something. The sum of everything I did these 3 days could be enough to change their heart, change the course of their next life. They should be able to avoid the tragedies I witnessed through their doors.
When we step through this door and people see Morgana's body, we'll be made to pay for our sins. Ultimately, I'm the one responsible. So, the two of you are welcome to stay behind. I'm coming with you. The girl died because of the things I did. Can't just pretend it didn't have anything to do with me. No, I don't want to.
I never had any intention of fleeing. You may have been the one running the operation, but I did just as many terrible things as you.
Hey, Michelle.
Yes.
I figure this is probably my last chance to say it. So, thank you for convincing me to hand over my key. For giving me the courage to open my eyes.
A little help finding it. It wasn't my strength that allowed you to take action, but your own.
You know how to make someone feel better about themselves. I'd like to be a little stronger next time around, if there really is a next life. I'd like to be strong enough to face whatever comes my way. Not run away and try to ignore it.
Doubt you will be. Trials you're made to face are great. Very few of them of your own making. Yours is the tragedy of circumstance, of feelings kept secret, good intentions gone wrong. You can face the problem when it arises, rather than look away. Certain you can find your way to a better future.
You mean in my next life? Trust you know what you're talking about then. I'll burn your advice into my soul. Don't look away. I'm glad to have met you. If there's a next life, I'd like it if we could be friends.
Go on a walk around the lake, or take naps out in the sun.
What? Well, that makes you sound like a very gloomy, unpleasant person to be around. Just joking. Thank you.
Welcome. You know, you kept telling me you weren't an angel, but you actually are, aren't you? Promise you. You told Morgana you were an angel, I heard you. Angels and demons don't get along very well. I'd rather not run into you. I appreciate what you did here, though. I'll do my best to be more human next time. Do? If I repeat to myself what you told me, that what I need most is restraint, as I make my departure from this world, maybe I won't forget, even if I do lose my memory. Burn it into my soul. I'd rather like that. I think I'll follow the boy's lead here. That would be best, and I'll be praying that even if you aren't capable of love, you'll be able to find a peaceful life with a good woman who loves you. You'll be able to make her happy by doing so.
So just don't murder him.
I still think she'd be better off not knowing me.
Bonus time.
You want her to or not, she's almost certainly going to meet you, fall in love with you. No, now that I think about it, she's not as normal as I first thought. She's a peculiar woman. Can't say I agree. Well, I guess this is goodbye then. It is.
No, everyone else is doing it, but I got nothing to say to you.
Didn't expect you would.
Eh.
So I suppose I do have something I'd like to say.
What might that be?
Be more open.
You suck.
Only had put your feelings into words, things would have turned out differently in both this life.
You, man, who looks even more closed off than me, that rubs me very much the wrong way.
That closed off.
More ways than one, yeah. That part of me is deeply ingrained. You telling me to open up won't magically disentangle my personality and make it be.
If you are.
I'll consider it if this next life nonsense you're selling is true.
Do.
Lord have mercy, one hell of a man suddenly busted his way into my life. Last thing I expected was for an outsider to be the one to get us to open that door. Impressive work for one man.
I'm doing. I had help from a number of people. Most big of a man as you make me out to be. Before this, I'd lost so much I felt utterly powerless. I was on the verge of abandoning all hope. Having the opportunity to meet all of you, spend time with you and the people around you, did a great deal to revitalize my
I feel way better
spirit.
about myself.
Right? Despite the atrocities involved. So I thank you. I pray your next lives may turn out better.
Suppose we should get going then? Enough to pay for our crimes. Relieve her soul of some of its pain. then, I suppose, to make sure the next lives go a little better.
Let's. He places a hand on the large door, takes a step. The door lets out a heavy groan, and moonlight slips into the crack. It's all over now. Did it. Changed the past.
Did ya?
What? What the hell? What I see beyond the door is not the night courtyard. The sun hangs high in the sky, shining down on the blood-soaked. What's going on? That's when I notice the weight of Morgana's body is gone. Then, aha! Out in the corner. Nellie! The flaxen-haired girl vomit blood on the ground. A young man kneels over her, takes his own life. No! Dead and dying townsfolk all around the nun. The swordsman is skewered as he scrambles to reach her. That door just to my back. Jacopo! The Lord lies unmoving, slumped against a wooden frame in the. How can this be? We were all talking not a minute ago. How the hell did we go from that to this? Why, damn it? I changed the past, did I not? I steered him away from this outcome. I changed. Oh. That's what this is? Much as I don't want to believe it, it makes sense. Sense that something wasn't quite right ever since I got here. Darkness that swelled up when I touched the necklace. I was never in the past at all. This isn't the real world. I never left the mansion. The realm of the dead. Same domain in which the cursed mansion resides. Which is why, when I arrived here, something felt off. Because death filled the air. Somewhere deep down, I could sense the similarity between here and the mansion, the gathering place of departed souls. It was never possible for me to travel back in time, to exist and interact with the real past. I was able to summon the darkness, because this isn't the real world, merely a reconstruction, projection of their souls' memories. It was all set in stone long ago. None of the time I spent with any of them was. Every emotional moment I thought I shared with them was all an illusion. None of my conversations, none of the smiles I managed to get out of them were real. I was never there. I was never present in the past with them. I'm currently sometime after all of that, sometime beyond the era Morgana lived, beyond the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. What I spoke of as their next lives was actually their past lives. All three tragedies are history, immutable, irreversible history. There's nothing to change anymore. And did I fight so hard to achieve? What did I accomplish by warning them of their next lives, by convincing them to endeavor to take different paths? Nothing? Is it all for nothing? I go limp at the sight of it all, dropping to my knees and sending ripples to blood. Morgana, the girl who called me an angel and asked me to deliver her unto her father, is still chained up inside the tower. What did I accomplish? What purpose did anything I do serve? Is it all just a big damn waste of time? But as my cries go unanswered, simply fading into the dead air, Giselle, who kept me going for so much of the ordeal. Did accomplish something. It wasn't a waste of time. Everything I did, it wasn't for nothing. I may not have changed the past, and I may not have stopped their tragedies, but I achieved something. I uncovered their stories. I learned the truth of everyone's involvement. You can't take that away from me. I know you're out there, Morgana. I know you've been watching this whole time. You know the truth now. I accomplished that much. That has to change how you see them, at least a little. The present Morgana had a change of heart. If the present Morgana has a change of heart, decides to let go of her hatred, then that should cause the cursed mansion to disappear. Set their souls free. I'll take that leap of faith. What I've done is enough, and make my way back. believing there's a future for them beyond their tragedies. Coming back, Morgana. I'm returning to that house, to that world of blackness, seething with hatred, to my present. I want to try this once more. An honest attempt to really see you, to face you, Morgana. I'll be there as soon as I can. Kneeling in a puddle of blood, I turn my gaze toward the heavens. The searing sunlight is slowly eroded by darkness. My mind, body, and soul follow soon. Bloody, corpse-ridden, riddled courtyard. Find myself once more. I clench my teeth as hard. Squeeze my eyes as tight as I can, because that is the only way I can keep the tears from spilling down my cheeks. So I think I know who this is. This is gonna get kind of. I think this is where it gets a little meta on us.
Yeah.
Kind of. Michelle.
No?
Open your eyes, Michelle. Come to me. Yep. Okay, I'm right. What? We meet at last. What? Why is the white-haired girl here? Never mind that. Where am I? I was trying to get back to the mansion. How did I end up here? You know. Of course I do. Did I not know who you are? Splendid. But what are you doing here? Why is there a sword in your hands?
Because that's what the angel Michael always has.
Why can I not speak? I was able to return to this gathering place of souls. Your uncovering of the true events that transpired so many years ago allowed me to remember who I am. Who you are? I mean that you're part of Morgana. My apologies. Bringing your soul here without any preparation has left you a bit in a bit of a nebulous state. But my heart told me that I had to do this now. Though you have no voice, I can feel your presence quite clearly. Oh, Michelle, namesake of the great Archangel Michael, and man of tremendous virtue, I have brought you here to ask for your assistance. I pray that you will be. My request for you is simple. Take this blade. With it, extinguish my soul.
There can be only one.
What are you? Extinguish your soul? I realize that it's cruel for me to ask this of you, and for that I deeply apologize. But I want it to be you who sends me off. To grant this girl her selfish. Not because I wanted to see anyone extinguished. Because I wanted to set everyone free from this mansion's cursed bonds. Because I wanted to put an end to this cycle of pain and suffering. Because I wanted to save every last person caught in this tragic quagmire. That includes you. And you're asking me to eradicate your soul? Must, Freud. You can't tell me that after everything you've seen, you haven't realized that I have no place in their lives. While it's true, Morgana wished for fortune to befall them. If I hadn't been there, none of their tragedies would have taken place. If I hadn't been there, the flaxen-haired girl would have been able to let go of her yearning for her brother. If I hadn't been there, the shipwrecked merchant's lover would not have lost her place at his tether. If I hadn't been there, the ambitious businessman would not have been betrayed by his close friend. You acting like it's all your fault. You trying to say everyone would be better off without you? I was not a victim in these tragedies. I am culpable for them. Culpable? Like hell you were. I saw everything from start to finish. You didn't intend for anything bad to befall on anyone. You always acted out of the goodness of your heart. And you're trying to tell me that makes you culpable? What do you say we answer one last lingering question? That question of what I am. The explanation might be a bit lengthy, but I would like to share it with you. I was, as you ascertained, created by Morgana's mind as it broke down. I was born to be a receptacle for her pain, to ease her suffering. But there's more to the story than that one. Upon her death, Morgana's soul was afflicted with great pain, resulting in hatred and resentment. The fact that she viewed herself as a saint only served to amplify her identity as a saint gave her purpose in while simultaneously. The saint must put herself second to her. She must be caring, generous, giving. She must not bear any ill. That was not how she felt deep down. She was not a saint out of. She wanted to hate them, but her identity would. Those two conflicting aspects of herself tore Morgana. She was unable to withstand it, so she took all her saintly characteristics, gave them to me, caring for others, putting herself second, being forgiving. Then she severed that part of herself. That's why you seem so normally pure-hearted. I was no longer a part of Morgana, something entirely separate. However, I wasn't me yet either. When you came to the mansion and resurrected Morgana, you resurrected. But I had no self at first. I was, I suppose, not much different than dust floating. But eventually that dust gained a sense of self, taking form. Descended into the realm of man and the fate which governs it. What do you think the first thing a new soul wishes for? Born, Michelle. To live. Wished for continued existence. In a world where I never meant. Used to accept. If there's anything wrong with wanting to live. I was supposed to remain within Morgana, part of her. I was never meant to become one, was to turn against the. I wished to live, and Morgana wished to curse the three. So we sought after separate things, because we were once two parts of a whole. Each of our wishes were shaped by the. In order for an incomplete soul to survive, it needs something to bind itself to the world, something strong enough to prevent the universe from correcting. And so the wish of that anomaly gave birth to yet another anomaly, a house that sat outside the currents of time, one that could descend to the times and places. And it was that house that served as a tether from. And it wasn't Morgana's power that mentioned, but your own wish. Why did it that house that bound me to this world? Because that was where she lingered, the girl from which I was formed, which meant that my wish had the consequence of Morgana's with it. The house, having attained perpetuity, served as a place for those reconstructed by Morgana first to return to. Furthermore, my connection with her had another consequence. I was the one most affected by her wish. As much as I may have wanted good for them to be happy, my fate was dictated by her wish. In that position, my merely showing affection for anyone was esteemable. Falling in love was an act of villainy. My very presence malevolent. It should never have been possible for me to have a life at all. Please. The universe must return to its state, Michelle. Talk about yourself like that. I must be erased and Morgana's soul restored to its. I do not belong here. Never belonged here. So what's with wanting to live? Respect must be repaired. Respect? Why couldn't I be able to get a word in now? At least the restoration will not be instantaneous. It took many, many years for me to be formed. Take as long, if not longer, process to be reversed. But her soul will eventually return. Perhaps, when her soul is restored, Morgana, human. Perhaps she will be a butterfly. Perhaps she will be the flower. Perhaps she will be the breeze in which that flower. Whatever form she takes, it will be her whole. me gone, tragedies. So please, take this sword and extinguish me. Put an end to this misery. I want you to be. Please, kill me. Can't. Too much of me. Yes, I want to save Morgana's soul, but do you really have to die for that to happen? Is there not some other way? Do this for me. Not. Never take that sword. I know it's unfair of me to ask this, but I want it to be you. Selfish a request as it may be, I want the curtain drawn on this that life by the man I admire so deeply. With me? Let's talk a little bit about that where I got my physical appearance. It goes back to when I was a mere particulate matter drifting about the house. While I still had no mind of my own at that point, I witnessed everything that in the moment of your death, Michelle was born. Your actions that day appeared to me the definition of selflessness. Your life bore many similarities. You were both abused, imprisoned, called a witch. While Morgana sought vengeance, watched your own mother wish for relief. Nothing honorable about that. I just lost all hope for myself. I expect you'll disagree. Say that it was a sign of your weakness. That was not how I self-sacrifice or character Morgana gave to me. They moved. You didn't curse those who had wronged you. You chose your own decision. I admire that strength. That admiration helped shape my wish, determine the form I would take, the name I would have. That's why whenever I gained a physical body, it was modeled after yours. No white hair, ruby red eyes. Why my name is always Michelle, after the same angel from whom yours. I'm in no way worthy of anyone's admiration. Admiration caused both you and a great deal of apologize. But it also shows just how much I wanted to be like you. I would ask for you, so kind, to consider this a great fate for a starry-eyed little girl. A girl who might literally idolize you to her very soul. Didn't ask for a greater honor. You tell me that, than to be erased from this. Didn't ask me to kill you. Please, be the one that's. Do it. No matter how many times. I can't kill someone who told me they wanted to live. I know what it's like to wish for life. I don't know if you've realized yet, but this is the first time. This is the first time we've actually met. The story of the fourth door was Morgana's creation. It means that until now, we've never been in the same place while both aware of her presence. As far as you should be concerned, I'm a stranger. Yet still you hesitate. I'm glad that you're reluctant, showing me enough sympathy. Don't consider. Indeed, this is the first time we formally met, but I've watched you go through so much. I've seen you live 3 different lives. I've seen the impact you've had on people behind all 3 doors. You are in no way a stranger. My erasure, Morgana's soul. Her curse, the eternal cycle of no more. When I am gone, everything will return to its rightful place. I implore you not to hesitate any longer. You really the only way to make things right? To release everyone from this delight into a and after I am incapable of taking my God's teaching prohibited such identity as can't prevent. No, I don't want you to I want to find some way for you to live, remain a part of this world.
You know, that take up tightrope walking or something.
I know that by asking this of you, I'm causing you great heartache. For that, I offer you my sincere But so long as I continue to exist in this world, Morgana can never truly. Tell me, who is it you've been fighting so hard to save? Doesn't mean that I didn't want to save you too. I believed I could save everyone summoned to that mansion. No one would have to suffer anymore. There would be no more tragedies. Hell, take the sword, please. Worry not, Michelle. Doing this will allow you to save everyone. You'll cast off the darkness inhabiting that place. Set all of its prisoners free. Give Morgana her salvation. Give me mine as well. Extinguishing my soul. I've had a full, satisfying life. Even if every moment of it was rooted in iniquity. Had well beyond my share. I don't need any more. Oh, Michelle, namesake of the band of tremendous virtue, I ask of you, please draw this sign. Take this blade and deliver everyone from their fear. Must be you, Michelle. Must be the one to do. Having the strength to do what be done, I apologize. Once my soul has been erased, I will not return. Not in this. Feel no woe in it. Welcome my destruction. However, it wouldn't be too much. Me? Remember me? Remember the light? Make it. Thank you, Michelle. Whiteness. Damn it. Couldn't there have been some other way? Facing a soul is not salvation. Damn it all. Deserve better. So much better than that. No. Now is not the time to grieve. Work to be done. Girl to whom I must offer the chance for salvation. I mustn't cry over the white-haired girl's death now. There are things I need to take care of first. Morgana. She said.
What exactly was I? Come on, say something. Answer me. How? Doesn't make any sense. He and the Lord, they couldn't.
There were two different lords. One at the estate, one who locked.
How? What was he doing there? Not. I didn't. The man I was trying to curse was the Lord who threw the blood sabbats. How did I? Are you saying I remembered wrong? That's ridiculous. I won't hear it. I won't have it for a second.
You were in a very tenuous condition, Morgana. More than you even realize. You can't assume everything you saw in that state of mind to be true.
Why? Why? That only makes it that much worse. Why would he do that? How could he kill me? He said he would show me the world. I cried for him. And he turns out to be the one pulling the strings?
You saw what led to this. You heard what he had to say for himself. Misunderstandings that went unresolved that should have been cleared up immediately. What he did was wrong. Indefensible as far as I'm concerned. This all could have been avoided if he had just told you everything. That said, Morgana, I can somewhat sympathize with how he felt then.
You can sympathize with that monster? In what way?
He loved you. Sincerely loved you. And to be the target of such vitriol for a girl he cared so deeply. Be mistaken for someone else entirely. I can understand how that would have hurt.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. Like I said before, you started all this. It doesn't change anything. Does this revelation change what happened to me? Does this make me any less of a hate-filled witch? What does it matter if he had his reasons? What does it matter if he's not who I thought he was? It doesn't change the fact that I despise him with every fiber of my being.
Time to let go, Morgana. I met with the white-haired girl and know her true nature.
That's not me.
You're right. I cannot definitively say that you... However, I can say with certainty, was a part of you. Creation of your broken spirit. The fact remains that she was closer to you than anyone else, in every sense of the word. And you see the situation you're in. Terrible, tragic irony of it. You've cursed yourself along with everyone else. Brought ruin to a life of your own creation numerous times. You murdered yourself. Time to let go, Morgana. It's only pain to be felt. Morgana. Take a step toward. Almost hear tremble.
Stay back. Stay away from me.
I have nothing to be afraid of, Morgana. I won't hurt you.
I said, stay back, you... I bet you think this is hilarious, that I'm blind and a fool.
Morgana.
Yes, good on you, my dear. You revealed my big secret, that I'm a feeble-minded little girl with a poor memory. You've uncovered the truth of my death, discovered the white-haired girl's true identity. I always presumed she was you. Foolish of me. Like I knew anything. Cursing the entirely wrong man. Absolutely brilliant, you might say. Made myself into quite the laughing stock.
I'm gonna laugh about your pain, Morgana. I've come to realize that perhaps I empathize with you out of more than just our loneliness. We're both yoked with unimaginable misfortune, lived our lives in lamentation of our fates. I understand your pain.
Boat has long since sailed.
You're right, it has. This is a realization I should have come to much sooner. Though you said it wouldn't have mattered, I still should have made an effort to get to know you in life. I feel guilty at how I constantly pushed you away, so I'd like to make up for that now. I approach Morgana. She stands there, bewildered as I placed him on her, pulling her in, not for my own comfort. I had so many, not out of some pretend sense of pity or a sad pile of bones. I embrace her, all the pain and loneliness. Her body gives off no warmth, weightless skeleton. It's as weightless as the skeleton all those many years ago. She, like me, lost so much in life, but unlike me, had no one there in her. Everything's okay now. Tale behind the fourth door may have been patient, but the creator's soul is always somewhere to be. Knowing the severable link between her and the white-haired girl, that's where I'll find what I'm here for you. Alone, Morgana. We can end all the suffering together. You okay?
What's wrong with you? You completely lost it? Do I need to remind you of everything I've done? Of all the pain I've caused you?
Reminders are necessary. You did quite a number on me indeed.
Then do you want to tell me how we went from that to you holding me?
Didn't do what you did out of a particular grudge against me. That much is always certain. So I hold nothing against you. Bear you still will. Nor certain does Giselle.
You're much too forgiving.
I imagine there's something about having that makes it hard to harbor any ill will towards one of our own kind.
Shared trauma or not, you and that woman really... words for how much you irritate me.
The bite slowly drains from Morgana's voice. In the quiet, I think I hear a muffled attempt to hold. I pull away slightly, putting a hand. She quickly averts her eyes, but doesn't knock my hand. Reaches them into her hood, gently setting them again. I run my fingers across the exposed flesh, and slowly pulled back the hood covering her. Well, that quite pretty without your face.
Didn't think you type.
Go on. Cheeks. This girl you are. Gone ahead. Probably what. No. Look a little. Girl.
You look nothing alike. I can assure you of that. He was a very antithesis of me.
Part of you.
Last thing I want is to be like her in any way.
That.
Because I never liked that girl at all. Always putting others before herself. Just watching her was aggravating. Although, in retrospect, it was everything about myself I deemed unnecessary. So that might explain why it was so hard to watch. Also, she was you, which made it all the more frustrating.
Why would her being me bother you so much?
Because that wasn't you. You're aggressive, you yell, you fight.
Is that how she saw it?
How wouldn't it bother me that you came back as a quiet, passive, subservient girl? Of course, now I know that wasn't you, so...
You were that sure it was me, despite thinking we were nothing alike?
Apparently so.
Hold on a second. Why would that bother you?
I'll let you figure that one out. Not important. So, you've got my attention. What are you planning to do now?
Leave the mansion with you. Set everyone free and break the curse.
That you... Well...
Oh, sorry, that was him.
So you want me to release their souls?
Exactly.
Just so you know, I haven't forgiven them. My hatred isn't going to just vanish like it was nothing. I'll never be able to forgive them completely. But, you're right. Gone on long enough. Not even sure what I'm doing anymore. And it's all your fault. So, sure, I'll release their...
So glad to hear.
However, I don't want to see them alone. I'm not sure I'll be able to set them free if I have to face them on my own.
Be a problem. Go with you. Go see them together.
Get to be my guide this time then. Get to take up Giselle's old mantle.
That I do.
Even if it means taking this hand?
You honestly think I have any reservations about that?
Yeah, fucking grab a bone hand. Oh man, how am I gonna make it?
God, I swear, you really are the worst. The way, my... Where their souls await.
The halls overflow with dark. Despite having so much time, despite having spent so much time, never stop being depressing. No one for any reason. Cross through the living room, making our way to the back garden. There are no children left. Faintly smell. What am I supposed to say to them? I get the feeling they'll have something. So if you would, try to hear them. Not look. Fine. Nothing that happened. Nothing makes it worse than they already are. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
The only way to go from here is up. We go. Oh, then. Hollow breeze, bro. Shadow standing. Gradually start.
Morgana.
Get a free.
Shall you forgive me for what I did, Morgana?
No, I don't. All this means is that I'm done cursing you.
Ah. Either way, thank you. I know what I'm doing here now. Or I guess I remember what I'm doing here. I deserve to be cursed after everything I've done to you. It can't have been easy, that's for sure. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused.
Done.
I guess. Still, I wasn't lying when I said I wanted to be friends. I meant it. I really did.
So now, you sold me out. Some people might say you had no other choice, but as the girl you actually sold out, those are words you'll never hear from me.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Nonetheless, objectively speaking, you were a victim. Not resent. In spite of that,
Huh?
I presume you're now able to recall both your first life and the second one I expected you when the house was called Rose Manor.
Yeah.
What happened then was the result of my wish. You have every right to despise me.
Way I see it, with or without your curse, Nelly still would have the same feelings for me. That shit was never right. It's my fault. It was my fault for being too dense to realize she thought of me as more than a brother. Things would have turned out that way, the way they did, regardless.
Whitehead girl barked us off, though, and it was because of me that she ended up in that mansion. My wish was to see her life utterly ruined. In service of that desire, the white-haired girl was born into that era as half-sister. So I disagree. My curse did play a significant role in fate.
Regardless, I don't feel like it'd be right of me to blame you. Things turned out the way they did. Because I was weak and ran from the problem instead of facing it. Michelle wouldn't have had to get hurt either if I'd only had more of a spine. I guess calling her Michelle is kind of confusing with Michelle here, huh? How should I refer to her then? Girl Michelle, maybe?
Creativity is not your strong suit, is it?
Nope. She wouldn't happen to be around, would she?
Started from, or perhaps it would be better to say, return to our rightful place in it. Girl you knew as well.
It's too bad. I was hoping I could apologize to her too.
I believe you made your feelings. Not that she would hold it against you if you didn't apologize. That's simply her nature.
So sorry for everything.
I'm going to free your soul from the bonds of this person man, after which it should return to its rightful place.
Okay. But before that, I've got one last thing I'd like to say to you, Michelle.
Me?
It was a little hazy, but I did kind of get to see what you were up to till just a little bit ago. If you hadn't done what you did for me, for Nellie, for Morgana, for everyone, I'm not sure I would have been able to work up the guts to apologize. I'm pretty sure I would have still been convinced I wasn't at fault. It may not have been real, but your effort wasn't in vain. Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, I guess this is goodbye.
Till our souls cross. Fate.
Goodbye, Morgana.
You have to tell me I wasn't a bad person. Bad people
Definitely
aren't-
wasn't going to do that.
But bad people aren't the only ones who do bad things. True, yes. But having a conscious, double-edged sword. Regret is so overwhelming you don't want to do something so... that some outside force must be to blame. I hope and to accept at least part of his apology. Lead the way. Where the next soul.
Quiet. No sounds of flesh being devoured, just darkness.
I'm gonna have to ask you to go in first this time.
Why?
Not be skewered.
Sure.
I can't say I'm anywhere near as confident. So you get to be my meat shield should anything go wrong.
So that's what I am. Sure.
I may not have bodies, but we are still capable of feeling pain. Not to remind me. I have to say I'm surprised you actually made it to the
That the accomplishment.
half and half. Regardless, don't assume you're safe just because you're already dead.
So fucked up line there.
Sounds like a threat.
If you were to attack and destroy your soul, you would be erased for all eternity. There would be no coming back in any shape or form, any amount of time. Just something to keep in mind.
Worried. Shouldn't have any trouble talking to him.
You say so. Off we go.
Push open the cellar door. And it, a shadow of a man sits on boxes. Slowly rises to it. Does the blackness dissolves away. I almost did not recognize you. Yes, it's not how I remember.
Normal.
Oh, you weren't a witch. Pretty human girl. Look a little like the blind girl.
No, I do not. Not a bit. If anything, he looks far more like her than I. White hair, red eyes, even have almost the same name.
I think comparing her to a large, dour-looking man is a bit disrespectful. Can you look any more approachable?
It's not even half the man you think.
Is that really necessary? Huh? He's a man. He is indisputably a man. No matter what otherwise. Actually, can angels be male or female? Can you please cut it out with the angel thing? Okay. So, what brings you two down here?
Here to free the soul.
Giving me.
Absolutely not. However, I've decided there's no point in punishing you further. You are, in no uncertain terms, one of the most evil men I've ever encountered.
I can hardly argue with that.
Should you so desire, I can eradicate you.
Donna, what are...
Let me finish, Michelle. Instead of letting your soul return, I can erase it. Your existence is a scar upon the world. The allure of killing is too strong for you to resist.
Even without my curse, you would bring pain and misfortune on others. Right? Probably be for the best. The world would be much better off. I know that. I do. I don't want to disappear. Wish. I will release your soul. Before I go, allow me to burn this into... You must resist temptation if you... So in my next life, be a killer. Knows it's worth trying. Best. Will. Farewell. Until our souls... The balance. Farewell, Morgana. He's not the only one who derives pleasure from others' pain. It's strange, setting them free. Both feel like a weight's been lifted, like I'm the greatest villain of them all. Perhaps by forgive them. Does that make everything I've done up till now? First step toward... Could you forgive those who wronged you then? The woman who tormented you, your brother who made a mockery of you, your eldest brother who took your life, your mother who so unwilling to accept you, she burned you at the stake, the villager who falsely accused you of being a witch, your father who did that to a woman you love. Could you forgive them? If they were willing to repent. If they weren't, what if they showed up in intent causing you more pain? And I suppose I'm not acting much better than any of them right now. Let's go. We have one more soul to free. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Is Giselle really there with you? Because I can't sense her at all. If you were in the mansion, I would know. But I can't feel her presence anywhere. Be honest with me. You can't feel her either, can you? You sure her soul hasn't extinguished? It's here. Lost somewhere deep in the mansion's darkness. Once we purge that darkness, she should be free to return. Faith in her. See. Well, I'm not sure how much this means coming from me. But I hope you see her again. Will, thank you. I'm actually rather fond of her. So I suppose not to get attached to someone you spent several hundred years with. Just attached. So he's fairly fond of you herself. Smell of cigarette smoke. Perfectly quiet behind. No chatter or clap of billiard balls. Donna appears reluctant to the door. Tense. In mine, I open the door. Shadow is perched on the edge of a dark screen. He freezes for a moment when he hears us, and quickly finding his composure and marching towards us, determination in it up. Shadow dissolves, revealing the man.
Morgana. Your face, it healed. Been a long time coming. To look at that, not a letdown. Was it him that healed you?
Yes, him.
Well, I'll be. Was always hoping I'd be the one to have the honor.
Lost that qualification when you...
Yeah, I know. The one who made you into a witch. The one who killed you. I don't expect or deserve your forgiveness. I'd still like a chance to make amends in any way you wish. even if it means being cursed for all eternity.
Here to release. Once that's done, that's it for me. No curses, no forgiveness, nothing.
So you'll cut ties completely. Damn.
Truthfully, I had no idea how you felt. But that ship, long ago. Far, far too long.
No.
Nothing can change how I feel. Not anymore. I'm going to release you.
Could you hold off on that a moment? I don't expect you to reciprocate or even accept. But if I don't put my feelings into words, then I'll never get them through to you. I think that's how she put it anyway. So, I ask for this one last chance to put them into words. Fuck off. Don't give him satisfaction. The girl with the white hair, my wife.
Yeah, whatever.
Something about that name always felt off to me. I could never shake the feeling that calling her that was somehow wrong. When I first saw that smile, I was dead certain she was what had always been missing from my life. That I'd finally found what I'd been searching for. And now, I know why. Because I felt you in her. The memories of you ingrained in my soul.
You should know better than anyone else. Girl wouldn't say anything remotely impolite, even if you held a knife to her.
You're right, you're nothing alike. But you both got this aura about you that drew me in. Your soul's aura. I loved you dearly, Morgana. You know, prior to the imprisoning thing. I've got no right to ask anything of you, I know. But could you, Jesus, maybe smile for me?
Not a chance.
Just once, that's all I ask.
Can't do it. I should. No, I should. That it would let us end things on a nice note. But I can't force myself. It wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for putting you in that position. I've said my piece. I'm ready now.
Okay. Very well then. Farewell, Jacopo. Our souls pass once. Fate.
Goodbye, Morgana.
And anything. Such as.
Good dick.
I won't deny that my feelings about him are complicated. Things he did to me. He eclipsed all of that. Really learning the truth, hearing how he felt, is nowhere near enough.
Isn't it worse?
In your next. Maybe you two. No. Can't. Don't want to. Ever. What else could you not to forget that he did save you once? Oh, so my salvation, not ultimate. I was watching, very end. It may have all been an illusion constructed from the memories of everyone's souls. But that didn't make your actions any less real. Things you said to me, your earnest desperation. Learning the truth is only partly why I decided to release souls. The biggest reason, however, was seeing how far you went for me. Hadn't been there for my death, you hadn't done what you did, I would not have freed. Less. It's unfair of me to wish you. Is it unfair? Wish that you said, Morgana? Well, that's the last of them. That would be off now. Front door should open. Now that I'm not willing to close any longer. Shall we take our leave of this house? Well, we could, but there's still one more stop to make. Still one more soul that needs. Be my guide. Which one?
I assume it's the painting, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Still holding Morgana's hand, I make my way to the wall. The landscape painting hangs. Told me to come back if I ever figured out your name, George. I know I was voicing him in the back class, but I'll let you take him there.
Were you?
What's that?
I think you were doing the other brother.
You were Didier.
No, you were. I thought. Oh, maybe I've got it wrong. You're right. I've got their names mixed up. That's what I did. Okay. Hey, Michelle.
Oh.
How'd you figure out it was me?
Well, because I didn't recognize you at first.
Oh, every day your big bro winds up as a painting, huh?
Came as quite a surprise when I made the connection.
I bet it did.
Hold on a minute. You two are brothers? Yeah.
Oh, hello there. Quite the companion you've got there, Michelle. So, what brings you to my little corner of the house?
I'm going to extinguish the mansion.
Oh, really? Well, isn't that something?
You act like I just told you what I'm having for supper. The place is going to disappear forever.
Well, yeah, sure, but what brought about this?
Lost in cursing them.
Ah, now that's some good news.
Seemed to get along surprisingly well with her.
Okay. Out the hoo-ha and nobody else to talk to will do that to you. Not that she ever gave me the time of day much.
You expect me to stand here and listen to you yammer on for hours on end? The only thing you're good for is tossing rubbish into. Wait, so she was the one that put the master bedroom key in the painting?
Just tossed her right on in without even asking.
Why would you get rid of the key to my room? Being in that room, it had this terrible warmth to it. I couldn't stand it.
Well, glad she only tossed the key, though. Would have been bad if she'd thrown me out with it.
I didn't see the need. I did find it curious there was a soul here that I hadn't summoned, but you were ultimately harmless, so I simply pretended you weren't there. You ignored him for hundreds of years? I understand now what you mean, Michelle, when you said this world didn't belong only to me. Your brother was able to find his way here because it's a place deeply bound to your soul.
Expert on none of that spiritual stuff. All I know is one day I'm just here. Here and full of regret. So if I had to guess, I'd say I probably ended up here because I wanted to be somewhere I could feel you, Michelle. Would you be so kind as to let me apologize?
Quite well. You've already apologized once. I went years not seeing you, not hearing from you, not having any idea what you thought about me. So when I got that painting, it was low to me. But talking to you again has reminded me what kind of person you really are, George. You didn't mean to hurt me.
Just very thoughtless. Honestly, I had no idea what I was doing. Mom said to paint it, so I painted it. And when she told me she'd sent it off to you, I didn't really think anything of it. Never even crossed my mind to think about how you felt out there all alone. Kind of pain you were going through just because of the way you were born. You know, the one on the receiving end, it's easy to completely to be completely blind to your own actions. It never even occurred to me that we'd essentially exiled you, Michelle, not until it was over. Really, all I can say is sorry you got stuck with such a dope for a brother. All I had to do was think about it for 2 seconds and I would have realized what we were doing. And you know, at the time I thought, what's the matter if you're a guy or a girl? You're still you. But I was wrong. It's not that simple. I can only imagine someone coming up with me one day saying, nah, you're actually a girl. And everything I care about suddenly not wanting anything to do with me. What a drag that'd be. I'm really sorry, bro. Thanks.
Wanted so badly to see you and Diddy here again, George. Didn't get the life. Here's the thing. It pains me to see you reduced to form, knowing that it's a result of overwhelming regret. You were just that desperate to find me again. My heart. What on earth was that?
I tried my damnedest not to burst into tears. I don't think it worked very well, though. Does the canvas look wet? Could you feel it for me?
I think I'll pass.
Not feeling up for any brotherly love?
Need to see still the same George. No,
Changing ain't really my thing, after all.
it isn't. This doesn't sit right with me. You're letting him off the hook far too easily, Michelle. I know very well just how much pain that painting caused you. It might as well have been that what resurrected me. Past that, though. Make him pay for what he did. Scribble on him. Do what?
Scribble on him!
Scrawl your anger all over that ridiculous painting. But I'm
Give it
not
a shitty
angry.
mustache. That's a damn fine idea if I ever heard one. You most definitely need to make me pay, Michelle.
George?
Go on, hit me with everything you got. Scribble away.
Even if I wanted to, I have nothing to draw with.
Just use your finger and I'll trace it out for you. Come on, what are you waiting for?
Doesn't he? He more than deserves it, Michelle.
Bring it on, Michelle.
Vision got bizarre fast. Oh, okay. I'll draw on you.
Weirdo.
That is downright ghastly.
What?
You might actually have potential, Michelle. Voodoo dolls are the last thing I expected from you.
Four of them at that.
And a demonic being alongside them.
I can just feel your burning rancor, Michelle.
George and Morgana get along way too well.
A long time.
Yeah.
That's
Not what I drew at all.
Well, then what is it?
It's important. Finished. I think it's time we all took our leave.
Oh, I come too. Well, I might need a little help with that, Michelle. As you can see, walking ain't one of my talents.
All right, I'll carry you.
Being heavy, he's my brother. Careful taking me off my hook.
by all means, feel free to drop him, Michelle. Must say, this is a rather amusing sight.
Definitely not every day you get to see full-grown man turn painting being hauled down a spooky hole by his little bro.
George. It does make me wonder, though. Are you two really brothers? I had a hard time believing you share even a drop of blood with this obnoxious lout, Michelle. Oh, she's smiling.
Our brothers, though.
Well, don't you start questioning it too, Michelle. We're absolutely, positively 100% brothers.
That's a good point, though. Don't even look that much alike.
No shocking family plot twists here. I've known you since you were a baby, Michelle.
You were secretly a little George, not me.
Got him. You're not gonna let go of this, are you?
I'm just playing with you. You just laugh. Yes?
Didn't get to see it. What was it like? Give me all the details.
Nary laugh.
Is the world ending?
Not that big of a deal. I laugh just like everyone else. No, you most certainly do not.
Nope, you definitely don't. Well, so much for my two-for union with the brother I always knew and loved. Anyway, so we're breaking character here. How about one from our favorite witch, too? And no cackling, that doesn't count.
Excuse me? Why would you want me to?
Because every time I've seen you smile, it's never been about anything good. Plus, now that you got your face back, you're actually quite the looker. Come on, give me a big old grin.
Not happening.
Okay, fine. If you don't want to do it for me, pretend it's for Michelle.
What? What do I have to do with anything? What do I have to do with anything?
You can do it for old Michelle, can't you? She'll know so pearly white, girly. If you insist, I suppose I can smile for Michelle, but only here.
Excuse me? Was that supposed to be my voice? Because I do not sound anything like that.
Look at you, all puffing your cheeks out and red in the face.
George, try not to tease too much. I don't know how anyone can stand you. It's like every word that comes out of your mouth exists only solely to ruin the mood. No, it wouldn't. This is the end of a long journey, but that doesn't mean we have to make it a song. Sure. I am genuinely not sure how I feel about you, the most somberly uptight man I know, telling me to lighten up.
Well, since you've had a several hundred-year vendetta that we've just resolved, I think maybe you can take that.
Got a point, but I'm not that bad, am I? Anyway, shall we be off now?
That we shall. Witch and her band of merry men departs.
Person in a talking painting constitute a band. Faith we will. We'll cast away this mansion's darkness, then I'll await your return. Yes. Having finished what we set out to do, and retrieve George as well, we make our way to the large door stands there, firmly shut, holding in the darkness. But that time is almost at a door ready to be opened. End the cycle. End the cycle. Begin anew.
Being a painting all these years, I never realized just how big this place was. All I ever got to see was a hallway and maybe a couple of doors. I mean, talk about dull, you know? Feels like I'm on an adventure, exploring a whole new world. Very, very dark world.
Cal, would you mind shutting him up? Simple.
Can you blame me for being talkative? It was a lonely life.
Be fine if you had any concept of the appropriate time and place to be chatty. Are you aware of where we are right now?
By the looks of things.
Precisely. The end to a centuries-long act of vengeance, but is but a few feet beyond that door. And you're chatting away like it's another day in court. Try to maintain at least a semblance of gravity, if you would. And to notice you're rather ceremonious, aren't you, Donna?
This is a day to be celebrated, not to be all stiff and no fun allowed.
Are you not at all worried? There's no guarantee any hope lies beyond that door. After all, when the mansion disappears, so too will we. Rightful state of things. Our present forms may cease to exist, but our souls will live on. And so long as they do, we will eventually. Let's press onward, not fearing it.
Well said, Michelle. If I had feet, you'd have just swept me right off them.
George, I'm beginning to wonder what would happen if I threw you at the wall.
Now, let's not do anything hasty.
For God's sake. You're the guide, so let's go then, shall we? Donna's right. Fear lack of gravity to the... But thanks to George's lackadaisical nature, whatever fear I had is gone as well. His ever playful interactions back to when I was alive, when it was me and my two brothers. Fond memories of the times we had together, of the admiration I had for them, me chasing after them. Nothing possibly briefly before the end. Take a few steps forward, stopping just at the door. Morgana steps up. I envision the light that light, radiant light, waiting to rip the darkness. Light we see. Long, taking a deep breath, look up at the door, place my hand upon its hard surface, and push it open, welcoming. Wait, we're almost there.
Burn the witch! Crucify the impure.
One step back, then another. Find outside the door is not a blind light, but churning blackness and the stench of blood and rust. Metal clanks, growing louder with every heavy footstep of the approaching night.
Death to the unholy. 3 days and 3 nights hanged upon the cross, purified by the fires of heaven. Death.
Huh. What's going on? I never summoned this thing. Even though we're no longer holding. She's no longer the witch, the ruler of this front. Placing my arms around her shoulders and there, half dumbfounded at the night.
It's our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishments unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil.
Her in there, movement sluggish. Idiot. Take over George again now?
Wait, for real? Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, for real?
Crucify the witch. Cast judgment upon the demon.
Ah. The word witch, coming from the delirious, vengeful phantom's mouth, proves far more distressful. Oh, hold on. What's Dee doing here? Please come to your senses, Didier. I know it's you.
Judgment, crucifixion, execution.
No, I'm not a witch. Night is partially occluded by the dark, writhing me. But he bears the same muscular build as the Didier I knew. Unwaveringly determined to see. Didier, this is not how I hoped our reunion would go, Didier. Why, after so very long, is this how the three of us find each other again? Images flashed through my mind. The day I left the Bollinger estate, when Didier promised me he would one day meet again. Them each giving me a hug before I climbed the carriage. First Didier, then George. Well, you here because I wish to be reunited with my brothers? Is this the way fate chose to grant wish?
Burn the witch.
Ah, well, look at that. Guess I'm not your only blockheaded brother, huh? Where are you getting any bright ideas, Michelle? It's not your fault our long-awaited family reunion didn't go quite as planned. Just like me, Dee cursed himself. Only it seems his was a whole lot more powerful. God, I really didn't pay a lick attention to either of you, did I?
The unclean witch must be purified from this world. It is my duty.
Hey, Dee, are you in there? You shoved a whole lot of crap onto your plate. Keeping up with the family name, taking care of Mom. That's about everything I could leave you, I did.
I must uphold the honor of the family name.
Ah, then, when it was all over, I blamed you for killing our little brother. I was convinced that you could do anything. You were stronger than anyone.
Crucify the witch.
I'm sorry.
Burn the witch.
Continues his plotting march forward. It's impossible to tell if George's words are getting... Didier, please. My words don't seem to... Didier! Closing in on us and running out of space to retreat. All right, D. If that's how it's gotta be, but just this once, okay? Knight takes another heavy, merciless step towards us. The exit's right there. We're backed up against the wall. The end was almost within our grasp, yet it seems so hopelessly far away now. Please, Didier, don't do this. I know you don't actually want to hurt anyone. Didier! The knight raises his sword, thrusting it forward with a sharp whoosh.
Death.
But then, breaking free from my grasp, the painting leaps into the air. I'm really sorry. You got stuck with a pair of dolts for brothers. George! Next second, my eldest brother's blade pierces George. George! George! His form wavers momentarily before fainting into the darkness, voice lingering. Don't worry about me, Michelle. I've got my share of redemption already. I know we can be a bit of a pain. Do for D what you did for me, would you? Now go on. Call out to him. Sucking a big old breath. Call out to our brother with everything you got. George!
It is my duty to punish the impure. To uphold the Bollinger name.
Didier! Despite having already stabbed George, blade pointed straight at me. Clenched my teeth and stared at my elder. Running is out of the question. Doesn't have to go on any longer.
It is my duty as the eldest son.
You deserve to be freed of your bonds as well.
Be gone from this world.
Didier! I shout his name with every ounce of... Eyes go wide and his blade swerves off, missing my heart. Piercing my gut instead.
Not again.
Didier, it's okay. You can let go now. Not your responsibility anymore. You have no duty to anything anymore. Didier! Reach a hand out for my brother. Blood spills from the hole in my abdomen. Rhythmic spurts. Feel something rising in my... That doesn't stop me. Stop my brother. Do what I can. Free him. Bring him back. Nothing here. In need of your judgment. With shaking fingers, I clasp my brother's arm. Squeeze him. I squeeze, holding on to what vigor remains, and give another shout. Look me in the eyes, Didier, please. Hear my voice. Hear your brother's voice. I can't stand to lose anyone else. Don't come to your senses, and George's sacrifice will have been in vain. Time for you to break free. For all three of us to be free of the curses we placed on ourselves. Didier, please. I hear a sound that's somewhere between a grunt and a gasp. My vision's gone blurry, but I blinks hard several times, clearing my eyes to get a better look at here. See his face, twisted in anguish.
Michelle.
Here. Oh, thank goodness. Heard my voice.
Did I do this to you, Michelle?
Nothing.
I've made the same terrible mistake once more.
Didier.
I caused you harm. Attempted to take your life. Michelle.
Release yourself from the...
Bye.
Those aren't your duties anymore. You don't have to protect the family name. Uphold the order standards. You can do as you wish.
Punish me for my wrongdoing. Please, Michelle. Punish me.
Didier.
Cast judgment upon me.
It's all test. Judgment is not necessary for anyone.
That doesn't change what I did. I killed you. I hanged you from a cross. I must be made to pay for my sins. That's the logic that got us into this mess.
I
Punish me, Michelle. I implore you.
think I know now why you never removed. Why you remained silent. Crying, weren't you? Weeping. Me.
Michelle.
For a great deal of responsibility. The Bollinger's firstborn. Created to protect the church. Were tasked with the duty of my ex. I had no other choice. I believe there was nothing done. Bear no grudge against me. No resentment. Certainly don't. Just forget it all, man. Hung over and done.
Still, it was a mistake I never should have made. It wasn't. It's a decision. God's sake. I took the life of the purest soul I know. There's no honor in that.
Idiot.
I put protecting the family name above protecting my actual family. You trusted me. You believed in me to the very end, and I killed you. I knew what I was doing. I knew you weren't cursed. I knew you weren't a witch. I knew you weren't a demon child. You were never unclean. You're my brother. Your family. And I robbed you of your life. There's no one in this world more unfit to be a knight than me.
Don't have to be the Bollinger's firstborn son. Deciding not to wear those labels. Loved. I'm honored to have been born in the same. Something I never had to change. All my life I looked up to you. Admired you. I still do, even now. There's a next life waiting us. Hope we can be brothers again. You mind?
No, of course not. Please do. And I hope you'll allow me to wish for the same. I love you, Michelle. My dear little brother.
Birds did ears. Yes, sit on. Made of undulating part light rising before he's completely developed. Catch a glimpse of the first time. I attempt to give him a smile, but if I were to guess, I'd say it probably looks. The fact that I'm fighting back tears at the same certainly isn't. Barriers are gone. Tori's completely faded away. I wrap my arm around my brother's shoulder, much like he did for me, and that not as an eternal. Right now, in this moment, I have no regrets about Bollinger. All I have is I pray that one day three of us can be reunited. I've got a number of things in my mind right now. I'm just not sure how to put any of it into words. Don't worry, those words say everything. And you can cry if you want. I won't mock you, promise. No, I won't cry. Save my tears for our... That painting didn't have to get itself destroyed. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Have faith. As you know quite well, wishes do come true. Do you mind giving me your hand? I'm gonna need a little. a moment's pause. Fleshless, half the bones. With her aid, pull myself to my feet. Blood spurts from my gut as I do so. There's not much in the way of creepy exhaustion. I feel like my legs will give out. Give them a chance. Leaning on Morgana, we make our way back to the end. Sharp, I'm going to disappear. Sorry, Morgana. Right. Open the door together. Bring light, darkness. Move forward. Start anew, brighter. That's taking a deep breath. Look up at the door. Time to open the door. Not door. World that awaits. Filled with light. Immersed in white in all directions. In fact, the concept of direction doesn't seem only pure, never ending. Actually, thinking of white, but white color fills this place. Oh, hearing. Made the right choice, didn't realize. Not only did you free, not only did you free 3 trapped souls, you also saved your brother. Without help, I doubt I would have made it this far. Would have shattered yet. Nothing was left. Hell gave you that strength. Wait here for her? About how damaged and holy and from never to return in any shape or form. Lose much more blood. That is what erased forever. Hurry. Place yourself. I feel like you're hurt in some way. Almost every time I see you. So I suppose about half of what you have caused wouldn't be here without you. What? Mean it. I think so. Besides, practically only ever seen you hurt too. And when you're next. This is why I'll never get along with you. Always concerned about others. Ask you something. You're to be born. Oh, you want it to be body? I've always wanted. Life, if you have one. Want to see? What if you could only have one or the other? Oh, I suppose. You know, neither a witch nor a saint. Ordinary. My wishes aren't likely to cause any more miracles, but I think wish for something. No, I'll be off then. I didn't think it'd be difficult to come up with words. Say whatever you like. First thing that comes to mind is fine. I'll say to you the same thing I said to them. Farewell, Michelle. Till our souls. Indeed. If, however, if by some infinitesimally chance we do happen to meet again, absolutely, more than any other. Not a nice person, you know. Nothing like the white. I'm sure to be off-putting, cause you much grief, pain. I'm resilient enough to. You're fine as you are. Don't need. Let's meet up again in our next life. Not good friends and not acquaintances either. Just plain friends, okay? Don't push your luck here, pal. Good. Hey, looking forward. Now, this is goodbye for real. I suppose I'll part with some uncharacteristic. Glad to have had your life, Michelle. Thank you for everything. Farewell. Pass once more. Unbelievably desolate. Oh, third sent me to return. Wait right here. Must. The man gathering did it. Broke the curse. Cast off the darkness. Saved Morgana. Couldn't have done it without you. I want to hear your voice, feel your warmth, tell you how much I love you. I said it back, wishing with all my might for my out. Doesn't seem to be working very well. Coming to realize that weaker one man is nothing in the face of the hell. Our body is our rest of it. Hope you'll be able to find. Evolving into light. My name, Giselle. I want to hear you. My name. Here, waiting you. Making it through. Need you. Can't allow myself to discern.
Show? Finally, I found you. I'm sorry it took so long. Don't worry, Michelle. I know that's you. I'll always be able to recognize you, no matter what. You don't have to be afraid. I wouldn't have made it out if it weren't for you, Michelle. A ray of light reached deep into the darkness, all the way down to where I was lost. It was a light more radiant than anything I've ever seen. So much so I couldn't hold back my tears. You fought so hard. You broke the mansion's curse, released it from the darkness. I was right about you. You are strong, immeasurably so. Can you hear me there, Michelle? Sorry for keeping you waiting so long, for letting you deteriorate like this. But thank you. Thank you for waiting. Now it's time for us to return back to our rightful places. So please, Michelle, don't disappear on me. Don't let your soul's flame be extinguished. I beg you, keep holding on. There's still so much I need to tell you. I want to hear your voice. I want to feel your arms around me once more. I don't care when, as long as I can have that someday. So that means I need you not to disappear on me. Michelle? Michelle? Believe in you, Michelle. Believe you're still there. That you're still holding on. So I ask that one day you'll come and take my hand again. Ugh.
House and Fata Morgana.
Fuck, would you waste that much? God damn it. No, I was not satisfied with that.
Oh, it's not.
It's a stupid, shitty ending that doesn't do anything. It just makes it sound like everybody's cool and they shouldn't be held responsible for their actions. And actually, you know, that makes you the bad guy when you think that other people should be. Like, it's just stupid. I don't care for it at all.
Yeah.
Measurably worse.
Well, if it helps any, there is an after credit scene.
No, it won't in any way. They went for the happy-go-lucky, everything's beautiful.
Yeah,
Like,
that's not going to change. No, you're right.
That's stupid. That's idiotic. And, like, yeah, it is so massively undercut by the fact that they went through all this crap in such a cumbersome, clumsy way, and they tack it all together with this bullshit at the end. Like, oh my god, it's all happiness at the end. Like, fuck off. Ugh.
Well,
Yeah, no, I'm genuinely frustrated that they would like toss around, bandy about like real meaningful shit in such a meaningless way. I don't know. It's a cheap, shitty play for a lazy writer, and it doesn't feel like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe that's just me, but yeah, it just felt like they tried to make some trauma porn and didn't even do a good job.
yeah, I appreciate your take. Do
Yeah,
you want to do
and
the
it
after
annoys
credit
me.
scene?
We can, absolutely. No, I'm not trying to bail out early, but it's just disappointing that they decided to go with the boring bit.
I think you're gonna hate the after credit scene even more.
Yeah, well, it's the same, I'm sure.
We'll see. Would you like to reprise your role as the flaxen-haired boy?
Sure.
Hello? Anybody in there? Class is about to start, and last I checked, the teacher never came through the window.
Oh, right. Just a second.
You've been doing that a lot lately, just staring out the window. You watching for something or just spacing out?
The girl who's usually out there around this time of day. Right over there. See her?
Oh, that one? Looks like she goes to the junior high a few streets down.
That's what I thought. But look at her hair. That flaxen color. Almost the exact same color as mine. I can't get her out of my mind.
Oh, really? If you're that interested, why not go have a chat sometime?
Where to begin?
Well, obviously you gotta go with the old classic. Hey, baby, wanna get some ice cream and hang out?
Sounds like a great way to get slapped. I'm not trying to pick her up.
You're lying to yourself, man.
No, I don't know, like, I'm curious, that's all.
And I'm curious what makes your head work, because it sure ain't what everyone else's runs on. Now get moving, it's almost time for class.
I'm coming. What her name is.
Hey, did you hear about the new ice cream shop that just opened down by the bus stop?
I did. And I hear their mint's super good too.
Now I want to try it. What do you say? You want to go check it out? Let's go. Some of that mint with a big old pile of chocolate chips on top.
Ooh, I know. I'll get a double scoop.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I'm gonna get a double too. Bet the line's gonna be crazy. Better get going or
What is it?
there's a cute boy who goes to that school there, and I think we just locked eyes for a second.
Oh, what's he look like?
A prince.
A prince? Huh? Seriously?
Don't you be making fun of princes now.
You're not 9, you're 14. And you still haven't grown out of your fairy tale face? Like, oh my god.
Just you wait. One of these days I'll meet a real prince, and then you won't be laughing anymore.
Like you ever be able to get a real prince's attention.
Hey, that's not very nice. Jerk. Blockhead. Meanie.
Come on, let's get going.
Fine. I'll show you one day. That is my prince.
So, just to be clear, the happy ending for Mel and Nellie is that they're no longer brother and sister. You want
I
to
don't.
take? You want to take man here?
We couldn't be luckier to have a talented engineer like yourself assigned to our branch.
Give me too much credit, sir.
You don't give yourself enough credit. I've seen your record. You come highly recommended from HQ. Got high hopes for you.
The higher your hopes, the greater the fallout when I make a mistake, which frightens me.
What you call a mistake is what we generally refer to as a great accomplishment. I don't think I've ever met someone as close to the perfect human being as you.
I am far, far from.
You Japanese really are a humble lot, aren't you?
Aha. Ah.
What is it?
I thought I just saw a woman I reckon.
Yeah, we get a lot of tourists from your parts of the world around here.
Is not Japanese. No, I must have been imagining it. This is my first time in France, after all. What's her name? Not Penelope.
Colleen.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
The art museum. Shopping. Oh, wait, blonde hair.
Shopping!
Yeah, probably.
It might be Maria. Yeah.
Yeah. How can you take? You can take it anyway. Though. How can you take a vacation to France and not want to see the art?
We were there all day yesterday. You agreed before we left to do a shopping day.
That was before I realized just how big it was. Just how many beautiful paintings they had on display. There's no way one day is enough to see it all.
One whole day of my vacation bored out of my skull. Not like you can eat this stuff, so what good is it anyway?
Please.
How about this? Go to a different museum. Just
Wax museum, probably. Oh? What kind of museum if you don't want to look at art?
Orcha museum.
Oh, okay. I think I hate you.
Oh, lighten up. You telling me you don't want to see centuries of torture devices from around the world?
Absolutely not.
Then we stick to the plan and go shopping.
I'll have it your way. But you didn't have to be so. Watch out behind you.
What? God damn, that hurt. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not black-haired man. So it's not Yukimaso. Regular man.
Yeah. Hey, learn to watch which way you're walking, why don't you? And if you're so desperate to make a damn ruckus, go find a cafe somewhere out of the way.
Well, excuse me, princess.
It's pardon. You're in France.
I apologized, didn't I? No need to be such a dickwad.
Have you ever heard of talking or is yelling the only thing you're capable of? That's why I can't stand tourists. Have some damn consideration for the people who aren't just here to fool around. For the love of God.
Hell's got your panties in it. And he's gone.
That sure was something.
Something is right. An insufferable asshole is more like it. Fun in hell, motherfucker.
That's it. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, I think it was Jacopo.
I think it was. I was going to do that initially, but...
No, it's just your imagination. Nope, that's Jacopo.
That's him. Okay, so yeah, it is just a generic. For the people, or anyway. You there, the paper. Good lord, stock market's a damn mess. What a nightmare. Tourists don't even know how to shut up, and the French are a bunch of stuck-up snobs. Pizza's awful. Nobody knows how to make spaghetti. I should just pack up my bags and forget it all. What the hell is this? An article about the human voice. Scientists are studying the effect of certain frequencies in the human voice have on the brain. Keep this mumbo jumbo out of the paper, my God. Save it for some paranormal science magazine. Back to the stocks page. Ah, damn it. Wind got my hat. What is wrong with today?
I believe this is yours.
Ah, yeah. Thank you.
Pleasure is mine. Have a nice...
Hey, hold on a sec.
Yes?
First off, before I say anything, I am not trying to hit on you. Don't get the wrong idea. No. Have we met before?
We have, yes.
When and where?
Long time ago. Much too long for you to remember.
Excuse me?
Our paths crossed in a mansion many years ago. I'm glad to see you haven't changed one bit.
Not particularly in the mood for jokes and supernatural nonsense today.
I am quite serious.
One more question. Do we have any shared acquaintances?
We do, yes. Though I could not say whether she... Hopefully you have the chance to cross paths with her. I too am looking for someone. Have a good day. Have a good day, sir.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Giselle.
There are memories. Memories ingrained in my soul. Over the years, they've grown gradually more distinct. And now, at the age of 21, I remember everything. Were I to tell this to anyone, they would think me mad. So I've kept it to myself my whole life. I remember, many ages ago, there was a mansion. There, I met and lost someone dear to me. There, I waited for him to return. I remember all the centuries I spent waiting. And I remember, he almost lost his soul trying to save me. I am, once again, waiting for him. I'm making my way to where the mansion once stood, a single red rose in hand. A rose containing all my hopes, my dreams, my love. A prayer that it might one day reach you. Roses make wonderful gifts, after all. I probably sound like I'm out of my mind, waiting for a man who exists only in my memories. A man who, in my 21 years of life, I've never once even caught a glimpse of. But that doesn't matter, because I know how much he means to me. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I will wait. I will trust the memories burned into my soul. I don't know when he'll show up, or if he even will. Maybe we'll never meet in this life. Maybe I'll wait until I've grown old and died. But should that happen, I'll continue waiting for you in my next life. and the one after that if I have to. I'll always be waiting, no matter how long it may take, how great the obstacles that stand in my way, or what form you may assume. As long as it takes. Another 100, another 1,000 years. So just promise you'll come back for me. Michelle.
One more
It
scene.
didn't like. Holy fuck.
It's a short one.
Like, it's not any worse, but this doesn't add anything. There's no point to any of this. Ugh.
Oh man. Oh.
Like, we could have just faded to black. Like, honestly, never should have seen Giselle again. Should have just gone into fade to white with no clue. We just have to have faith that she shows up, like Michelle did. That would have been good. That would have been at least a little better. Ugh. It's like deliberately trying to make it worse. I just don't understand. Could have just made a normal light novel. They had to go for this.
Yeah. Clearly, it sounds like you're unhappy with the direction the ending went.
No. I didn't really like it in the beginning. I was trying to hold out to not just rip on it the whole way through because there was a chance it could have gone somewhere with value. But instead, there's not really a point. Like, oh, actually, hate's bad. Wow.
Hate's bad, and just communication is key. You know?
Or get the fuck over it. No, because nobody actually communicated their way through any of the conflicts. They just decided to, like, I guess I'll move on. Like, that's it. That's it. The people who were wrong decided that they were no longer gonna, and like, that's great. There's value in that. Whatever. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, it has been a long journey. Longer than I had remembered it for being. Does it come to par about the same length as Chaos Child now, or is Chaos Child still longer?
Maybe? I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you, honestly.
Look at the playtime. But, if not for the... Okay, is it just the ending? I would guess
the other one is still longer.
Yeah. But. Is it just the ending that you were dissatisfied with?
There wasn't any, like... It did not validate any of the garbage that they used the whole time, and most of the cute, good scenes were undercutting the tone that they'd used to get any of the meaning that they were trying to use. It made it all much worse. Yeah. Like, the ending being bad made everything else worse.
Gotcha.
It still could have been decent, like I was saying, if there was a way to bring it back to a story that felt like it did something other than everybody lives happily ever after. Then, like, maybe it could have been something, but it didn't feel like that's at least the ending that we went through. Not saying, obviously we only saw one of them. There's tons of other ways that it can, but that's the whole story. That's supposed to be the whole story. And like,
don't worry. You don't have to wait any longer. Giselle.
God forbid we be left with any unanswered questions.
I'm here for you. I think you're probably going to hate this one the most.
No, it's clear. Like, they did do it already. Like, it's already done. That's the thing. It's already happened. They already brought her back and confirmed that she's going to be there. Like, it's done.
Well,
could have been nice.
You say
this
that.
This is a nice touch, though. The interest, like, being the...
Yeah.
Like, a pan over of this. I like that.
There are memories. Memories ingrained in my soul. I remember there once stood a mansion here, in which many tragedies took place, in which great pain was suffered. Much of what happened in those walls was unspeakable. They are events I should never have forgotten, because amidst all that misfortune, I attained something irreplaceable. So, there's so much I have to say, so much I want you to know, but I'm sure I'll have plenty of time to get to all. So for the time being, allow me to say this. So, smile. I want to spend my days with you. Yeah.
It's got to end with it at least, though, right?
With the hand.
Please take my hand. That's what we began with.
With that smile always at my side. We'll see.
Asking too much.
And nothing to get in our way. Oh, no, that's it. That's ending 8. Fata Morgana.
Not impressed. Didn't even grab the low-hanging fruit. The narrative symmetry of ending with the
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Ask of thee, O Father, bestow upon these their souls thy blessing. That's it.
Yeah.
Alice and Fata Morgana, and I got some kind of a cheat.
You don't like regret doing it or playing through it or anything, but wasn't good.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
It has points in it that are like decently entertaining, but I'm not sure why it has such, why it's well received, I guess. I don't get it. People need to read more.
I mean, yeah, I do. I see that. I see that argument. I don't necessarily.
Yeah, I'm not trying to shit all over it.
No,
if
no,
you
no.
Felt like it was good too. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm not saying I thought it was good. I'm saying I see the value in it. We've already had discussions, you and I, about.
Yeah, like I could see how it could have gotten to that point, but it feels like they were like, yeah, in fact, let's not do that. Got to the end because they wanted a nice, clean, happily ever after instead of,
yeah,
making a piece of art with a message. But maybe I'm just not getting it.
Well, I think so. You and I we've played to a couple of visual novels now on stream, and I've played to a couple off stream myself in my personal time. And there is a through line through all the ones I have played for the most part. Now, again, my library of played games in that genre are very limited. But of the ones I have played, and this could just be the ones that I seek out, I don't know. Always have that through line of, like if you persist hard enough, you'll get the ending, the ending that the happy, everyone wins in the end kind of ending, and I think that's what you get here too as well. Not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No, yeah, but like they don't have gratuitous sexual violence depicted numerous times throughout the story, right? So that's like my thing is like it's one thing, and then I don't know if it's a consistent characterization. Doesn't matter, but like that's. I don't have a problem with crappy anime plot lines if you don't include a bunch of other stuff that's supposed to make it seem like it's not a crappy anime plot line while you're just bolting it on to a crappy anime plot line.
Right. And see, okay, now I see where our division is, because again, I presented this game to you. I was like, oh, this is gothic horror story, and fully knowing myself, yes, there's a crappy anime plot line.
No, like that, I like, dude, it was very, like from the art style, immediately, it was clear that this was going to be like a, romantically charged at least, but like, I don't know, like, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not saying that, like, yeah, like, oh, of course, like all that weird, convoluted, all the other stuff. That's how most of those games work. And I'm not saying that that makes it uncreative or bad or any of the other stuff. They just, yeah, they don't like fuck around with the same level of like severity when they end up with, yeah, everybody just kind of walks off into the sunset. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It feels cheap. They didn't earn it, in my opinion. And like they're just like, screw it. I guess we'll just say it's cool. And yeah, like the ending sequence, like what did we gain from what we already, that like the two after the credit sequences? Like I get the second one. Right, that's how you got to seal the deal, make sure everybody knows that they end up together. If you're gonna do that, then you got to do that. But like the one where we're like, oh yeah, they did in fact continue to reincarnate, like we've seen them do 150 times already, and learn nothing about them in their new, other than like, yeah, okay, it's okay for those two to be attracted to each other now. Like I mean, they're still spiritually siblings, right? Like, I don't understand what it changes if
it removes the taboo.
Yeah. Like, I mean, does it though? Because we're talking about souls being the same people throughout reincarnation, regardless of the rest. That there's some identity that does stay consistent there.
Well, so that
and
brings...
if that wasn't okay before, why is it okay now?
so that brings
at the core, the souls haven't changed.
That's true. Like... But that brings up an interesting thought experiment. So it seemed like, at least through the post-credit scenes we saw, at the very least, Morgana, Giselle, and Michelle held memories of the time in the mansion. It didn't necessarily seem to show that Mel and Nellie did, because he didn't recognize the girl, although she had flaxen hair. She just thought the boy looked like a prince.
Right.
So would it be like, if you don't know, if you were attracted to a girl and did not know that in a past life you were her brother, like...
I don't think it matters if you don't know, but like they're suggesting that it does matter, that it is more important, that there's something beyond what you know about to your identity, that there's something that persists past your, that there are soulmates. And that it might be your sister. Like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't get the value of it. It doesn't seem like it makes sense. And then, like if you look at the various themes that are being pushed across the different stories, they seem to kind of contradict each other. Like you've got, like Jacopo, if you take the like Michelle's be true to yourself thing and apply it to anybody else, it's like, oh wait, no, don't do that. And
right,
like, I guess that could be the point if you're trying to say that that's the idea. But like Yukimasa, Mel, and Nellie, Jacopo, like it doesn't matter. Like who wanted to date a friggin' 12-year-old, like that's like everybody else, it's actually a really bad thing to follow your heart,
right?
So and then like there's the whether you should or shouldn't like fit into the role that you're supposed to fill, and then like saying that sometimes that's good and sometimes that's bad, and then using like an intersex main character or non-binary, whatever the proper description of the loosely referenced state of Michelle's genitals, like, or gender, however the best way to speak on that is. But regardless, it's just like, why would you? I don't know. Like, so are you saying that he's not supposed to be doing, like, that he should have stayed as like his mom's daughter and not like followed his heart, or was that one of the okay ones? Or and like it's very messy. It doesn't seem to tie itself together. It doesn't, there's a lot of opportunities where they could have done very the like, oh, take my hand thing at the end again to like like that's just an example of the kind of stuff that feels like, yeah, man, that's how writing works. It's what you're supposed. You're taking the cheap thrills, then let's like do the work, do the cheap thrills, do it right. I don't know. whatever.
Oh man. Well,
it doesn't have to be an amazing work or anything, but yeah, wasn't massively excited.
Drop the ball at the
satisfied
end.
with that
That's your final review. Your final review. Drop the ball at the end.
It was a lot of no. It wasn't good. All the garbage in the beginning wasn't justified by the end. That's it. Like I had less trouble with the ending itself. That's not the problem. It's that it just didn't validate any of the trash to get there. Yeah. But nah, yeah. I don't know. I can imagine somebody enjoying this game still. It's not me. That's not the one.
And that's
I had fun while we were going through it. Right. I now feel like a dummy who's wasted like 30 hours though.
I am sorry I put you through it.
That's how it goes, you know. You can't find out unless you put in the time.
Right, and that's what
journey, not the destination.
Exactly, and I learned from the lessons of the game, and I'm communicating to you my sincerest apology.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't hold you responsible.
Yeah, there we go.
Your fault. You didn't make Fata Morgana.
Awesome. I'm no longer gonna be cursed in my next life. Well, we are loopy here at the end. At least I am. It's been a little extra over here to get this thing out of the way, and we have done it. So that's gonna conclude us for tonight and conclude the house and Fata Morgana. We hope you've enjoyed the journey, whether you liked it or not. And thank you for coming along with us on another one of my visual novel recommendations.
They're always fun.
They're always fun. I do enjoy them.
An adventure.
Don't
in store.
Don't know what my next long form pick is going to be yet, but the best way to get notified on what that is or join the Discord. The links for that are below. Remember Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. So tune in or hop in and hang out with us while we're go on these video game narrative journeys with us. I will say, Eric, I will not be here on Monday. I do have to work. So you have the helms then, but I will be back on. But yeah, other than that, we have a Patreon if you want to throw a buck or two. Cool. You don't have to if you don't want to. Hang out, but it's there if you wanna contribute. And with that all out of the way, it is 2.5 hours past our normal ending time. We probably could have got another episode out of this, but fuck it. We are done, and I'll see you on Tuesday. See you next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.